have done 40 steam vaults, 40 mana tombs. That's 8 lockouts of each in the last, I want to say, 5 days. So it's been quite a marathon. And at the minute we're sitting at 387 gold per hour average from Steam Vault, and what's that, 268 gold per hour average from Mana Tombs. So Steam Vault is ahead by a lot. However, yesterday we got 2 living rubies out of a Steam Vault run, so that has skewed the data. The RNG element of gems, especially the more expensive ones like Noble Topaz or Living Ruby, is huge. It swings the average a lot. So the more data we collect, the more lockouts we do, the more accurate the average will become. But at the minute, we're sitting pretty at over 100 gold an hour more in the Steam Vault. So let's see how we do today. Yes. Let's go. Let's swing OBS down here. Let's get our gear on. We are using the PvP trinket today. We've got it in our bars. We'll probably forget about it. It'll probably cost us our life at some point. But here we go. Swag. We've got raid tonight. 8:30 server time. We will be streaming. Have a very, very good rogue joining us. He is the GM of another guild. He's joining us tonight in SSC and TK. His SSC parses are 98.5 average, best performance average across all the bosses. 98.5. My parses are 95.8. He has DST and Talon, and he's had those for a little while. So he's managed to get those pink parses where we have not. So hopefully tonight we'll get a 99 on something. Because while we don't have DST, we do have Talon now. He agreed to expose for me tonight because I'm in the BIS comp and he's not, which was great. So we had a great chat with him. Guy knows his stuff, and yeah, I like him. I like him. I'm gonna distract here. We do have a little bit of time. We have a little bit, yeah. We might just get away with this. We gotta... Oh, our belt failed. So we're gonna take more damage, so we need to get out of here fast. I would normally shadow step behind those, but I'm so low. Just checking our left because we can get surprised. Okay, so we're happy enough. We got out of dodge. We had a belt failure, which instead of giving us a 4k shield, actually increases the amount of damage that we take, which isn't great. But we managed to get out of it alive, thank God, and secure our first chest of the day. That's a lot of agi on one staff, 56. Very nice. chest, which is really nice. We can swap into our... I think I'm going to hit a prep now because vanish, sprint, evasion are all up. Is it locked? It is. So we're just going to kill these guys. We could pull them around the corner and do shenanigans, but we might fail twice. And we have such good gear now. Hey, sounds a bit low, can't hear you. Okay, let me see if I can fix that for you. And thank you for letting me go. Fifth Boogatron. Let me know. Let's push it up to here. Like that. Just gonna hear clicking a little bit more. That's the main thing. But that should be a little better now. Let me know if you can hear the game sounds. The ambiance. Always want to have a bit of background atmosphere. Oh, we're low on instant poison. Okay, let's pump. Not a great burst, to be honest. 1.6k is... it's okay. Anything over 1.5k is fine. But the really nice bursts are 2k and above. With... we've got a Dawnstone. Wow, first lockout, second chest, Dawnstone. Love that. Swag, switch spec, and gear set. And I'm going to turn the mic down a little bit because that clicking is very distracting. Turn it up in OBS. Let's see if that's any better. Probably not, actually. Let's do it more like this. I wonder if I put, one sec. Just dropped a t-shirt over my mic, over my mouse. It's a little bit better. A little bit better. got 2 mines, we got the moats, we got both chests, but we missed 1 mine at the front. Let's go and get that now. But pretty nice first run, to be honest. Dawnstone, love that. Let's try something else. Yeah, can't hear as well. Got you turned up a lot also. Okay. How about now? Is that better? It's kind of clipping into the red, but I've turned it up pretty much as I can. I don't know why that is. It was fine the last couple of days. I didn't make any changes to my sound settings. Maybe it's because I have this fan right beside me and it's blowing into the mic. It might be setting off some of the compressors. It's good now. Okay, great. Great. And can you hear the background? Can you hear the music? Much better, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. You're making me a better streamer. Starting off on this journey, so appreciate you, brother. I can't wait to pump tonight. I cannot wait to get into raid. I'm so psyched. It's unreal. We have stacked 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 38 hay spots just so we can pump on trash as well. We're going to go all in. All in. 10 of each scroll. 39 thistle tea. 6 addy sharpening stones. Fell iron bombs just for the trash. 1 flask will get us through SSC and TK. We've even got the Dawnstones, gems, and enchantment mats required to instantly gem and enchant both Bloodseed Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger. With my current setup, both of them give me the same DPS increase. So we'll take either one. We're going to SR both. And if we get both of them, we'll give one of them away. All we need for full BIS, I mean, not full BIS, but all we need from SSC and TK right now is Belt of 100 Deaths and either Bloodseed Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger. We can only lose 1 piece of Death Mantle to keep the 4 set, but either of those items, even though it says Bloodseed Brigand's is technically BIS, when I sim it out, they're both coming in at the same DPS. Like, Bloodseed might be half a DPS ahead, but it's absolutely negligible. Negligible. Did we reset? We did, so both of the veins are down here. So we need one of those and we need the belt. That's it. Which means we can SR the belt and both of those, which is really nice. And then we need DST. That's it. And then we're full base. Well, a season 2 arena weapon, but whatever. We're going to distract here early. It is unlocked, so we're going to be doing an NG pull. Everything's ready. And this is looking perfect. No resists, beautiful. I'm gonna go, nah, we don't need to go deep. Now we can step to this, create distance, and vanish. Okay, super nice. So 100 gold already, just at the start of the second run, which is really, really nice. Let's pull out some John Wick moves here. One chest, both mines, nice and smooth. Starting off with a vibe today. Feeling it. I did have a nap this afternoon, so but I only slept 3 hours last night. But that nap will keep me nice and sharp for the raid. We just want 199. If I could get 199 parts tonight, I'd be happy. Another unlocked chest. This is beautiful. Let's go. Let's just crack it straight away. You can NG pull these back here, but there's more room for air. Feels about right. Let's hit a swim speed potion. Super cheap alternative to water walking. I mean, super cheap. They're still a bit of gold. They were 50 silver yesterday. But it is Wednesday. Plenty of time. Look at that. Plenty of time. Let's just hit our sprint here because we don't need to worry about. We already got the first chest, which is the hard one. Just because we can. Ah, scuffed it. Scroll of Agi, love it. 6 gold, 22 raw. I think. I'm really liking this Chinese coconut water that seems to know how to put itself into stealth, actually. That's pretty cool. Rogue only coconut water. It's pretty banger, not gonna lie. Gotta be careful about those guys. They look small, but their aggro range is pretty wide. Super smooth 2 runs. Really, really nice start to the day. We were so rusted. So rusted. We hadn't done this in months. We started again on Saturday. And yeah. It was a bit of a clown show. I forgot about a lot of little tips and tricks. But we're getting right back into it. Cloud, how you doing? Cloud, how are you doing? Hey, rogue friend. Me and Cloud back in Sod duo farmed Crusader enchant when we were capped at level 50 in Sod. We would go to the Western Plaguelands to the Scarlet Tower on the way to Hearthglen. We would kill the Scarlet Spellbinders, which are the only mobs in the game that can drop it. And they're level 57 and 58. And as a rogue in Sod with Mutilate, Mutilate had an interesting scaling hit rating. And any other ability in the game, you would just not really be able to hit them. Even my white hits. A rogue, your white hits are generally doing about half your damage. Okay, so this is bad, but we're going to boots into the safe spot. As a rogue, generally your white hits are doing like in and around half your damage, 50%. But at level 50 against level 58 mobs, 57 mobs, I think some of them might be 59, your white hits do nothing. Your normal classic abilities, damage dealers, here we go, we dropped combat. They weren't doing much either, but Mutilate had a very interesting internal hit rate where it would hit higher level mobs. So I could solo those, and I farmed about 3 or 4 of them. I made a load of money, but me and Cloud duo farmed them together. Cloud on a druid, stealthing in. and me on my rogue. And we had a lot of fun doing that. It's got the same novelty vibe as this, you know, where you're doing something that is kind of not the way it was intended to be done, but feels so good because you're making so much money. We got another unlocked chest. We are having a really blessed, really blessed opening lockout here today. We did just use our boots, but I wonder if we could do this with just sprint. I think we're going to try. I think we're going to try. We're going to have to take them deep. We don't want to resist here. Good. Going to go super deep here. That was pretty nice timing, though, I have to admit. I think we're good here. I think we're good. We did get a gem, but it was a talosite. But you know what? That was a nice pull. That was a nice pull. If you know what you're doing, once you get the confidence up, you do not need all your toolkit. But that's not great now. You know what happened there? Well, I shadow stepped behind the mob, but he aggroed, so maybe I landed on top of him. Made me enough now to still sit at 14k gold and a shit ton of enchanting stuff. There you go. Right into the vendor with this one. Yeah, good times. Good times. Did you replay Sod this time around? I'm gonna swap in our trinket here. Gnomish cloaking device. We're gonna go straight away. Gonna give them a little bit of time so that they aggro these guys. That'll do it. A lot of people started playing SOD again there about a month ago. I got a rogue up to 25 backstab rogue and absolutely pumped Black Fathom Depths, top DPS on every boss. Backstab rogue is really underrated. I think swords creeps ahead when you have all the best gear, but when you're not best geared, man, backstab is so good and it's so fast to level. I mean, you just step behind them and just delete them. It's quite satisfying. Nah, you didn't touch it again. Yeah, I got to 25 and that was it. I joined for the mini hype train, you know. It was fun. It was fun to backstab level again with all the SOD stuff, but yeah, it couldn't hold me. Okay, nice. We're not going to get hit from below. Perfect timing on this guy. Love that. Oh, we missed it. Okay, let's do this then. Nice, nice, nice. All right, we're flowing, boys. We're flowing. Everything's going smooth today. We hit our gnomish cloaking device. Which is basically a free vanish every hour. Super nice. Scroll of strength, lovely. 6 gold raw, that's 16 gold. And whatever the amber band is worth to disenchant 5, that's 21 gold. And if you look up here, you'll see our averages for Steam Vault and for Mana Tombs gold per hour. The number in brackets is the number of lockouts, not the number of runs, so multiply that by 5. That's how many runs we've done since, I think, Saturday we started keeping count. It will shift slightly phase to phase because of the economy, especially in the next phase, because the gem market is going to get disrupted with the epics. We don't know how that's going to affect the farm. I don't think it's going to affect it too badly, to be honest. Talosite, Star of Elune are already... You know what? They may initially spike. Or it might do this weird thing where it actually balances out and it stays the same. That was very interesting because in phase 1, about a month in, when this farm was peak, it started to drop down then, and it stabilized at about 350 gold per hour. And I thought in phase 2 that it was going to go down again because even, you know, once people gemmed up their gear initially with phase 2 gear, the gem market would kind of bottom out, which it kind of did, but scrolls went up, enchanting mats went up, and it somehow managed to stabilize and stay around 350 gold. So what might happen with the gem market is a lot of people won't be able to afford epic gems. Everybody's going to get new gear. Star of Elune are going to spike again because tanks need stamina. Although, to be honest, with guild tanks, they'll probably shell out for the epic stamina gems. But you never know. So Elune might spike. All of the cheaper gems might spike because people do need to re-gear. And not everyone can afford the epic gems, which are going to be insanely highly priced as soon as they come on the market. So I think that actually the gems might spike up and then drop back down again. And as they do, I think it's going to stay around the same 350 gold per hour. I don't know, just that's my hunch. Jeff Bezos at TBC is back. I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I'd rather be the Elon Musk of TBC with all the engineering shenanigans going on and the rocket boots, you know. But I'll take Jeff Bezos. I mean, I've got the haircut for Bezos, you know. And if Musk hadn't gotten that hair transplant, I would have had the haircut for him too, but he went to the dark side, unfortunately. He just couldn't live. He just couldn't live with his own beautiful head. All right, let's pop these into primals. Put that strength down there. We're going to use that. Stack a gem here. And pots over here. Yeah, we like that. I'm thinking of selling my rubies and stuff on the 18th when the arena gear becomes cheaper, free. Or should I hold on? I don't like to give people advice on markets because I'm not really a market guy. You know, I'll just kind of go for things that I am like 95% sure are a sure thing. Like, for example, I liquidate all my assets and put them into hay spots because they just go up. Every TBC, they go up phase by phase. So you're just guaranteed to increase your money. But in terms of when you should hold and sell gems, I don't know. If it were me, I'd be selling them now. I'd be selling them now. Because although it may spike, that's just my speculation. You know, they could drop. And rubies are at a decent price now. They're 110 gold. They dropped down to 100 again on my server, but that's still good. You know, they were down to 80 gold at one point in kind of toward the end of phase 1, beginning of phase 2. Okay, we're making very good time here today. We're into our 4th run. Just over half an hour. Holy moly, how many is that? 966 haze pots in total. But I want to have like, I don't know, at least 2,500, 3,000. We got a locked chest. We've kind of got all our stuff up. Get a PvP trinket in there. So we're going to go deep and we're going to NG this one. I had this little innovation kind of insight yesterday where I normally take them right to the edge of the corner out of line of sight so I can rocket boots around faster. That's kind of the logic I apply to my line of sight pulls when I'm bootsing. But with this chest, if you take them deep into the corner, you get an extra, like just an extra, I don't know, 100 ms or 200 ms, and that can be enough to get you the second, just to get you to open the chest on a second attempt. Okay, so we missed our shot there. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to wait. I prefer it when it doesn't have the mic. So we're going to distract these guys early. Because by the time they come here and back here, we want to be pulling when they're here. But that's not enough time for them to go here. And then they go up here now, come back down, and then here. The pathing has changed in here since I was in here like 2 months ago. They used to come down and then straight away and turn around and go back. But now they come to here and then they go up here and come back. That's really nice for us because if there's a vein here, we can actually distract them when they're up here. And we can get that vein. We couldn't do that before. So that's a nice little plus. And here they come again. So we're going to distract them. We've got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They should be released now. And we pull here. And we won't catch the Ellies. Shouldn't catch the Ellies. I hope not anyway. Yeah, we got the Ellies. We dodged the Ellies rather. 2 seconds on distract. Not that we really need it. Let's go deep. And now we can actually shadow step here. And we should get 2 attempts at this chest, even if we fail. We didn't fail though, nice. Just gotta be careful here. This farm has been of the farms that, that I've added some of the farms in the game that I've added to. This one has been the most fun and the deepest in terms of the different things that you can do. And it continues to be improved upon. It's been the most fun learning experience. And like this going deep here to get 2, that just yesterday, that just popped up. And now that's the meta for that chest. Oh, we also, chest 1 on the left is now a combat chest with our gear, which is also really nice. So it keeps evolving the farm, which is really super nice. And there's so many different ways to do each of the pulls. You can make it your own really quickly. It's a locked chest. Oh, we got the Loston just followed. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you very much. Nice one. We're back up and running 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, doing this farm. MT versus SV. We're going to be doing it all the way through into Wrath. And we're going to be streaming Raid once a week. And Raid night is tonight. So it's 2:30. In 8 hours. No, 6 hours. We're going to be raiding. Just leave them there. They can get aggro pulled. Hey man, your farm in SV is helping me currently. Thanks. You're welcome, Zane Zane. You're very welcome. It's helping all of us. It's helping me to get rich. I love it. What new meta for that chest? I missed it. The new meta for this, one of these chests down here. In fact, it can be applied to two of those chests. Two of the ones that are further away. The new meta is just, it's the same pull, the NG pull, but instead of being on the edge, when you lost them and you bring them up to that kind of around the little corner at the top of the tunnel, instead of waiting on the corner, we pull them deep into the corner and then we burst out. And that just gives us that extra, like, 200 MS that is the difference between being able to do one chest and two. Yesterday I was very frustrated because I tried to open the chest, it was locked, and it failed, and I clicked it again quickly, and I almost got to the end of the cast bar, but as soon as they aggro, the cast bar drops off because you're then in combat, you can't open the chest, so you lose it. And all I needed was an extra 50 MS or 100 MS there in order to open that chest. So then I thought, oh, let me just create more distance, pull them deeper, and that should do it. And lo and behold, we then, the next time we had that chest, it was locked, and we failed the first one. We pulled them deep. We failed the first one, and we got the second one off. So the meta is to go deep into it. So we got a failure. Yo, man, it's the water walking guy. I found a way. Ah, brother, nice, nice, nice. Yes, brother, yes. This guy shared with me in the comments about water walking, and which I love. It is the best. It is the best way to do this because you can use boots on water walking. You can use. It opens up a lot of other possibilities that just you can't get with swim speed pots, or with the Azure Silk belt. So that was a really nice, one of my favorite innovations of this farm, and it came from Lowston there. So much love, brother. Really, really glad to have you back in the chat. I found a way to get the last chest with no swimming or engineering. The one in here, chest 8. Oh, I'm doing it without NG, so I'm not missing anything. Ah, I see. No, the one you just did. Ah, the last chest I did without swimming or engineering. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Okay, give me 1 second. And then I'm going to check that out. I'm going to click on it now, actually. So I have it loaded up. Oh, that one you mean. Right. This one on the platform. Okay. Yeah, when I'm swimming back through the tunnel, I'll watch it. I can see it's only... Ah, Cato, that's it. Cato. Yes, brother. Oh, I'll subscribe to your channel. Nice. You got a sub from me, brother. A well-deserved sub. Okay, we got only 2 fell and 3 motes of water, so pretty unlucky RNG on that, but we did start off with a Dawnstone here. Run 1, which was super nice. Yeah, sweet. I muted the audio, so no copyright or anything. Much love. Yes, brother. Much love to you too. I'm looking forward to it. I love learning new little strats because they can generally be applied to other farms. So they're a lot deeper than they seem. Intellect will just eat that. Okay, here we go. Let's check out Cow's video. Okay, so you're pulling them down to where you can NG grenade them. Oh, you're using double mace. Nice, nice. And you're in PvP. Okay, okay, okay. One sec. I paused it up there. There we go. Okay, so you got the big guy. You blinded him. Sure, you gouged the second guy. Next guy, you crippling poison him. Okay, and you're just sprinting back. And then you step to the crab. Lovely. Love it. Love it. And then you vanish. Okay, so if it's unlocked, it's a guaranteed crack. Yeah. That's really nice for an unlocked chest. Okay. We're going to do that. That means we can get it for the other one as well. The other one on that platform. There is 4 of them, but we blind one, gouge the second one, and then just cripple both of the others, and then sprint back to that one. So if either of those chests are unlocked, we're going to get them with the Cajo method. This is really nice. Wow, this farm just gets better and better. This is sick. This is so sick. Okay. There we go. Is it worth finishing the Shadow Moon Valley quests? I honestly just seen thing 17. Kept doing your SV runs for the last week. What do you mean by finishing the Shadow Moon Valley quests? For what? For the Black Temple attunement, or? I'm not sure. Give me more context, brother. Okay, so we're up to 272 gold in 4 runs. We got 1 run left, so we're definitely going to clear 300 gold easily. And if we get a gem, we might even go higher. We had an insane double ruby lockout yesterday in SV, and we were up to, I think it was 561 gold. We got in 1 hour in here, which was obviously very nice. Okay, everything's up. Hopefully this chest on the left is here so we can do a combat. It's not, but that's okay. It's on the right. It's locked. I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pull them deep and see if we can get 2 off. I'm going to sap. No, I'm not going to sap. I wanted to wait to you, but you're on a different layer. That's all right, brother. You're in the chat. You're in the chat. It's always nice to be reminded of that time we were up farming Crusader recipes. Good times. Like core memories. Core World of Warcraft memories. Like loving your class and loving how to like playing the game is one thing. But meeting other people and sharing in that together is really the peak of this game. Oh, shit. That sucks. Can we do anything about that now? We'll just have to vanish. We'll just have to vanish. That's okay. We'll use our prep. We didn't waste anything. You mean finishing the Shadow Moon Valley quest for gold, right? There was a bug in the game that meant that I'm going to distract these guys early, whereby the Shadow Moon elite quests weren't giving as much gold as they should have. So my guild lead was, but no, I would just run SV. Just run SV. It's way more gold than doing quests. I mean, if you look up there, 600 and whatever gold an hour. That's what? That's 60 gold every 12 minutes. Is it? 5? No, even more. Shit, I'm missing my shot here thinking about other things. Oh, sorry, it's the first lockout of the day. We actually need, if you look here, you'll see we've got 21 minutes left before you can enter a dungeon, even though we're like 11 minutes away from an hour, right? Because you got to wait until you come out of the first dungeon for the lockout timer to start. So we've actually got 20 minutes. We can take our time in this last run. We don't have to be crazy or rush it. We are going to distract these guys again, just to buy us a little bit more time on their loop. But we're going to focus up now and do it this time. Everything's up, everything's ready. So we're going to go deep with these guys. Ah, we missed one. And we got dazed. Okay. We can crab step though. We failed. Nah, we gotta re-stealth. We've got time, we've got time. Pretty sure we can actually come out of stealth there, far enough away from them. Shit. Ah. Okay. Okay. He was a little bit close to that time, but we got Spirit Healer. We still have 18 minutes, 19 minutes. But we won't be doing that again. We'll definitely be unstealthing when we can see on the entrance where we're how far away he is, but not coming back out again. Well, I was chasing the sapped mob. I wanted to get to him so I could shadow step to him before the sap came off. So I was rushing it a little bit. And SV is definitely not a place where you want to be rushing it. How much gold per hour do you get with this? Look up there. I'm gonna make that bigger actually. I'm gonna make that bigger. I'm gonna put it in yellow text, I think, across the whole screen. The number in brackets is the number of lockouts. I just started comparing the farms. I'm doing them back to back. I do 5 SV and then I do 5 MT. And I do that either 2 or 3 times every day. And we just started doing it on, I think, Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember. So we've done 40 SV and 40 MT since the weekend. And we're just going to keep rolling through till Wrath. So we can once and forever put the put it to the test, because I put a poll out a few months ago asking which gold farm gives more money per hour, Manitombs or SV, and all the Mandies, like the Manitou Mandies, were coming out of the woodwork. 21% of people said Manitombs gave more gold per hour, and everybody on the Rogue's Diary or everybody who had learned this farm knew that SV gave more, but you just couldn't tell the people who were coming from the Manitoum side of things. A few people said Manitoums, and then when they actually came on the Discord and they started doing the SV, they actually wrote in the Discord, yeah, okay, I get it. I thought Manitoums was more, but SV is more. But it makes logical sense if you think about it. There's 2 chests in each. Manitoums has adamantite veins, 2 of them. They can be rich, but SV has 2 addy and 2 fel, and SV has a gas cloud. Plus the items that you get. 1 minute, we're just going to get the mines. We'll get that on the way out. The items you get from the chests in here are all level 70. So when you disenchant them, you get greater planar essences, not lesser. You get large prismatic shards from the blues and sometimes the greens, not small ones. And in Manitombs, you get kind of half and half of both. The chests in Manitombs, the lower level chests give you major healing potions and major mana potions. Whereas in here, it's always super. So just taking the chests on their own, there's no way the chests in Manitombs could ever be more. Unless they somehow drop more gems, but that's just not the case. Then you move on to the mines, and it's something like, if you get a rich, it's like 1.5x. It's worth 1.5x. And if we're going to be generous, we could say you get a rich, at least 1 rich in every Manitombs, but you don't. But let's just say that you did. That would be the equivalent of 2.5 adamantite veins per reset. And in here, you get 2 adamantite veins and 2 fel iron veins. And the fel iron veins drop motes of fire. When you think about it that way, it's just logical that there's no way that it could possibly be more gold per hour. However, one thing I will say from learning Manitombs and farming it for the last 2 months is that you can get greens from the mobs, and you get gold from the mobs when you kill them. So you do actually get more greens, and it's significant. Like 1 Manitombs run is usually going to net you 1 or 2 extra greens. But sometimes you can get a blue from killing mobs. Oh, this is nice. So we can do the click vanish trick here. Let's check our ping today. We are running out of China here. 138 MS back to EU servers. That's really good. For anyone who's ever played from around the world, you'll know that's insane. So we click, vanish, and click again before he gets back to his position. And when he's in evade state, it doesn't aggro. And we get a Star of a Loon. Wow, we're getting really nice gem RNG. But once the RNG rolls that it's going to give us a gem, the gems it's rolling out for us aren't great. But 1 Dawnstone, 1 Dawnstone, 1 Star of Loon, 1 Talosite. I think I'll keep the tallies and the stars until phase 3. Because they're just worth vendor now. But definitely Star of a Loon will go up a bit in phase 3. I can see a lot of tanks buying Star of a Loon as placeholder gems until they can afford epics as well. So when they go into raid and they get a piece of gear, some tank gear, and it's got like 3 gem slots and they just want to stick all stamina into it, having to buy 3 epic gems, it's like they're going to want to gem it straight away. So even if Star of a Loons go up to like 20 gold, 20 gold is nothing compared to what the epics are going to be. They're going to be hundreds of gold each. So the phase 3 is gonna bump the rare gem market a bit, I think. Bollocks, I missed one. So we can actually step up to this guy. But see if we can actually target him. we can. Is it the right one though? Yes. Ah, you're too far away. I just want to show you it. I mean, we would have been up there already if we had walked around. Is this live? Yes. Restream is the name. It's a very bad choice of name when you think about it, but Restream is the name of the company. I stream from OBS to Restream, and Restream splits the stream for me and sends it to Twitch and YouTube, allowing me to dual stream without any of the finicky dual keys kind of shenanigans. So while there is a watermark on it and it says Restream, this is live. But a lot of people ask me that. They think it's a... There we go, finally. That wasn't a waste of time at all. What the hell? I hate these. I hate... Just another reason to hate gnomes, really. But I will say this. I will say this about gnomes. When you do the NG transporter, and you get, you know, random buffs, I came out of it in my full Bloodfang set with the 2 swords on my back as a gnome, and it just looks so cool. Like, it looks so good. And I'm not like a big gnome fan or anything, but it made me want to re-roll a gnome rogue. Just, I think it looks insane on undead. It looks best on undead, but on the gnome, it just looked so good. And this set actually looked even better than Bloodfang. This set on a gnome looks so badass. And when you have double blink strike, or blink strike and Latros, which is the same model, it looks like amazing. So every time I use the engineering trinket now, I'm praying that it'll turn me into a gnome for an hour. Hate me if you want, but I like it. Good morning, brother. Made 4.8k yesterday. Wow. Wow gold that is. Yeah. If it was real money, I'd be like, brother, hit me up. Like that scene in Wolf of Wall Street. You show me a pay stub for 4.8k gold and I'll quit my job right now. I come work for you. That's what I'd be doing. From SV, where'd you make your 4k gold, 4.8k? Tell me more, I want to know. That's a juicy amount of money. Okay, we got 9 minutes on lockout, but we still got this chest to get. You know what we could do? We could sap him, blind him, pull both of those back through here, get them behind here to a nice safe spot, backpedal as we do it, evasion, double combat them down, cloak of shadows, and just try and burst them down. Then vanish and return and do the same with these 2 boyos. Or take them, sap one and just take them one at a time, nice and chill. I mean, it's an option. Okay, we're looking good. Actually going to distract these guys. We need to move fast here. What the hell? It's not going to stop the pull though. Improvise. Whoa. Okay. This is a crazy. I've never done anything like this before, but let's go deep. I think we got them all there. We did get them all. Okay. Excuse me. I think we're going to get 2 shots at this chest. We just need to distract this guy. Vanish. Yeah, we're going to get 2 shots. Oh, we didn't need it. Maybe we wouldn't have. But that was a nice pull. It was scuffed, but it's the scuffs that force you to improvise and suddenly you make some kind of a little breakthrough. So, always fun. Alright, let's Hearthstone. In MT and in the open world. Nice. Olanis, Dubro, I didn't play last TBC. Do you know if prices on gems tank or go up during phase 3? We were just discussing that. I think that the rare gem market in TBC is actually going to take a bump at the start of phase 3. Because everybody's going to get a load of new gear, but not everybody's going to be able to afford the epic gems. So I think people will use like Star of Elune, for example, as placeholder gems. And so the market will go up a bit. Dawnstone, for example, will still be decent, I think, because hit has a hard cap. You're not always going to want the 10 hit. Sometimes you only need the 8 hit, so Dawnstone is going to continue to sell well. Ruby will sell well. They'll be so much cheaper than epic gems that there'll always be a market for them because people just simply won't shell out hundreds of gold for a single gem when they could get 80% of the value of that gem for a fraction of the price. So I think it's going to bump. I think it's going to bump. Okay, this is good. We need to do a few things to prep for raid tonight. But since we have another rogue exposing for us, we need to respec. I think we will sell. We will send these over and sell them. Today is the day to sell things. Dreamy, I apologize. I have not set up my Twitch with any of the exclamation mark triggers. I'm very noob to this. So I will get that up and running, I promise. And we'll get a more professional setup going for you guys soon. So you can, I'll have all the bells and whistles. But I'm on Thunderstrike EU. We'll just do it old school. You type in exclamation mark server and I'll say, hey, I'm on Thunderstrike EU. If you don't mind me asking, what's your accent? I cannot place it. Mr. Mystery. 3 guesses. If I was drinking, you'd know where I was from. If I was on the phone with one of my friends, you'd know where I was from. And if I say certain words, certain letter combinations, you'd probably know where I was from. This is all right, I'll tell you. This accent is from the Tirisfal Glade. It's a Tirisfal Glade common accent. I'm Irish, bro. I'm from the west coast of Ireland, but I don't have a super strong accent. The place that I'm from isn't a place that has a very, very strong accent anyway, and it's very popular. It's a beautiful place, beautiful town, and a lot of people moved there in the 60s and 70s. John Lennon and Yoko Ono actually bought an island. Still belongs to the Lennon Yoko estate. But they bought an island in the bay, the side where I'm from. So there was a lot of kind of hippie blow-ins. There's lots of my friends growing up. I have, like, my surname is Petrovich. One of my friends is Troinski, which is a Polish name. We have Dutch. We have a whole scatter of people from all over the place. And because of that, I think all that blended together. Plus, my mother was born in England, so because I downloaded her phonetics growing up, and my father isn't from Westport, he's from a different place. And so I have a little bit twang of his and a little bit of my mother's. And the English accent and the English phonetics softened that out. I also lived in England when I was a child for a couple of years, so that softened it out as well. But when I was teaching English in Vietnam, people said it was a benefit. They're like, "Oh, you're Irish." Yeah, but I can understand you. Yeah. Until I got drunk. This is it. This is the BIS, absolute BIS DPS spec for rogues. You can put 1 point in here and Nerves of Steel instead of putting it in here. And if you want, you can take the 2 out of Improved Sprint and put them into Endurance or into Reflex. You know, it's up to you. I like Improved Sprint because while most of the movement speed impairing effects are magic in this expansion or in the last 2 phases, so we can remove them with Cloak of Shadows. Sometimes you'll get multiple spawns of something. A great example of that would be the Lady Bash fight, where she can root you and then you cloak and then she can root you again in the green goo. And at that point, that's when you want to use your sprint and break out of it. So you get two breakaways with the sprint, which I like having. Okay, so we're fully talented up for raid later. What else do we need to do? I made a list. I'm like a goldfish. I just forget. I forget. I feel like it's some Irish, bro. You're dead right. There you go. Look. Unreal. Now, if we were at the restaurant and someone said, "What do you want to order?" I'd say, "I'll have a steak." And then you'd know, like, instantly that I was Irish. I heard it on the R. Yeah, surprise. Yeah. I visited London when I was a kid, but it's not my thing. I'd love to visit Ireland. Yeah, there's definitely less knife crime in Ireland. That's a big plus. But it's beautiful. Like the west coast of Ireland is particularly beautiful. I've traveled to a lot of different countries, and I've lived in a lot of different countries. Some really beautiful places in the world. Like I lived in Australia, I've lived in Vietnam, I lived in Thailand, I'm living in China now, and I've traveled to the African continent, Central America, all over Europe, Southeast Asia, obviously, Australia, obviously. And I've been to some beautiful places, and I still think that the most beautiful place that I've ever seen is the west coast of Ireland. It's like Game of Thrones level beautiful. So, very, very lucky. Okay, what do I need to buy? I respect. I need a shifting night's eye. And I need 7 arcane tomes. God damn, look at that, so close. McBanks. Good old reliable McBanks with 14 gold sitting on him there. I'll send that across now. And we'll get that tome. And then we are all set. One more, one more. Most of you probably already know this, but if you don't, little tip for you. If you ever have to go to the auctioneers, but your Hearthstone is on cooldown, and you don't want to use your NG Hearthstone, for example, and fly all the way to Shetra or whatever, always go to Orgrimmar, because you can head into Ragefire Chasm and you can use a little macro to invite somebody, instantly leave the group, and then it sets the leave group condition on your character and you get despawned out of Ragefire Chasm. You get a free Hearthstone. So always, always, always go to Orgrimmar and you never have to worry about your Hearthstone. So we're in a really nice position now. We're raiding later on. We have 3 SRs for SSC and TK. There's only 2 slots that we're full, almost full biz. Since we have to wait in here for a minute anyway, I'll show you. So this is a little macro. I'm just going to spam click this and you see it. It says cannot find player ghetto, but it works. It said you leave the group. As soon as it says you leave the group, you're going to get that timer come up here now in a second and start counting down, and you get your free Hearthstone. So we're full Death Mantle, Abyss Neck, Bam Braces or Abyss, Talon of Ashar Abyss. We don't have the seasoned weapon, but it's only 10 or 15 DPS lower than Latros, so it's not the end of the world. Abyss, we're missing DST. Abyss, Abyss, and we need Belt of Deep Shadow. Sorry, 100 deaths. So we have 3 SRs, and we're going to SR Belt of 100 deaths. We're going to SR Shoulder Pads of the Stranger, and we're going to SR the Bloodsea Brigand's Vest. Now, if you look on the BIS list, it will tell you that Bloodsea Brigand's Vest is BIS. But when I sim it, swapping in Bloodsea Brigand's Vest, and then sim it, swapping in Shoulder Pads of the Stranger, they sim the exact same. So what we're going to do is SR those 3. That way, if both of these drop, I'll give one of them away. And if only one of them drop, at least I got an SR on the 2 items. They're the same DPS increase for me, which is pretty sweet. And why I'm buying the Arcane Tomes is so that I have a greater inscription of the blade in my bag, ready to apply to my shoulder if I happen to get the shoulder. And the reason I'm buying the gems is because if I get the chest, it's yellow, yellow, blue, and then these are the enchant mats for exceptional stats, so I can instantly replace it in the raid and keep pumping and get even higher parses. And if I get the shoulder, there's only a 1 slot, and we put a rigid dawnstone in that, and then we get the inscription, and we do that. So whatever piece of gear we get, we'll be able to bliss it out and keep pumping. I forgot to turn the tomes. Can I do it here? Or do I have to go up to the thing? Nah, I have to go up to the thing, don't I? Yeah. Alright. Ayo, hello, Samwise, my man. How you doing, brother? Super pumped we got raid later on, so we're having a good time. Oh, shit. Damn, does anyone remember what the gold per hour was at the end of that? I mean, I'll look back on the stream and calculate it, but it's... I'll just look back and calculate it. You've got the Flash on in Belfast at the minute. It's mental. The Flash, remind me. First time it's ever been in the north. That's an Irish traditional holiday or no? The Flaith. Oh, like a music festival. you're gonna shame me now. You're gonna shame me with my lack of cultural Irish. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, oh, the fla. Yeah. Flagus Kjol. Oh man, like class, absolutely class. There we go, Arcane Tomes. How are you liking it? What's the crack? Is everyone hopping off the walls? Is it music in pubs, music in the street, music in venues? Give me some of the highlights, some of the lowlights. While you're writing, I'm going to tell chat a little story. And guys, you're not going to believe this. You can Google this if you want. It's one of the coolest things ever. Let me just get these tomes. Okay, so in Ireland we have Gaelic football, Gaelic games, and it's our national sport. There's a couple of other, but Gaelic football is probably the most popular. And it's basically like normal football, except on the goalposts you have posts that go up kind of like rugby poles. And if you kick the ball in the goal, you get 3 points. And if you get the ball over the goal between the two bars, like in rugby, you get 1 point. And you can actually hand the ball as well. So you can pick the ball up and dribble it like a basketball. You can use your fist to hand it to another guy, or you can kick it. So it's basically football with a little bit of basketball mixed in. Okay, so it's a huge sport in Ireland. There are 32 counties beneath the border, and each of those counties has their own Gaelic football team. And some counties have better teams than others, obviously. Now, my county, Mayo, has one of the best football teams in the country. And historically, they've always been exceptional. Dublin are very, very good. Kerry are very, very good. And Mayo are very, very good. And there's some other good ones as well. Mayo often won the All-Ireland final. 75 years ago, the Mayo team won the All-Ireland final. And they were celebrating and they were driving through the towns in the county as they do when they win the Sam Maguire Cup. It's a big silver cup. And they were going through a particular town, and there was a funeral on in the church. And the priest had warned the team, do not show respect. You should show respect for the funeral. And with the hooping and the hollering and whatever, don't be arsing around and show respect to the funeral. And whatever they did, they didn't follow his edict. He came out of the church, this 75 years ago, and he cursed the Mayo football team. He said, for as long as any member of this team is still alive, you'll never win another All-Ireland final. I curse your team. That was 75 years ago. We're such a good team that we make it to the All-Ireland final all the time. The amount of All-Ireland finals that Mayo has been in the last 75 years is massive. You can check it on Wikipedia. It's insane. And we never win. The last person, everybody knows about this in Ireland, by the way. It's called the curse, the Mayo curse. The last member of the Irish Mayo All-Ireland winning team from 75 years ago died in 2023. And Mayo got to the All-Ireland this year. And we won. And the country went absolutely bananas. My hometown, I'm in China now, but my hometown has been serving drink in all of the bars until 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning all week. All of the roads in the town that cars normally drive up and down on are packed with people. The whole country has gone crazy. People are crying, sending in snaps on Instagram, sending in pictures. I'm not even from Mayo. It's just so amazing. And the commentators on the match, the curse is over. The curse is over. 75 years we waited. Finally, we won it again. It's an absolutely monumental, historic moment in Ireland, in Irish culture, in football culture, in religious culture. It's absolutely incredible. And it's still going. That was a week ago. And it's just been rolling through. So unbelievable crack happening down in Mayo. And now you tell me, Samwise, that you have the Fla up the north. So this is a great summer for Ireland. This is a great summer for Ireland. I'll tell you that now. All right, let's stick this in the bank and let's get back to some grinding. I was in the office yesterday in town and all the town is closed down. Music all out in the streets, roads closed, bars full. It's mental. Never seen the likes of it. Brilliant. Hey, Kindred spirits. We're twinned. We're twinned now. There's some vibe. There's some spirit in the country. Hey, there's some spirit in the country this summer. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. I'm a bit gutted now that I'm over here and I missed it, but I'm happy. I'm very grateful and happy with where I am for sure. For sure. And we got raid tonight, so all is well. And we've got somebody else exposing, so all is well. All is well. All is well. Yeah, I'm streaming the raid. 100%. Oh, okay, that's a little bit annoying. Okay, that advice I gave you about going to RFC, do that when you are not trying to record 5 runs and a lockout in NT, because I just lost one of my lockouts. We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait for like whatever it is, an extra 11 minutes to get an extra lockout. But I do need to pop out for a quick smoke. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that now, and then we'll come in. We'll do 5 runs of mana tombs, and we might pick a few pockets. You know what we might do after that? I think we'll go to Sholomance. My guild, co-guild lead, sent me a couple of messages yesterday. He said the Sholomance farm is off the hook at the minute. It's 400 to 500 gold an hour or something like that. Dark runes are going through the roof at the moment. It does fluctuate heavily, the dark rune price, day by day. But with numbers like that, even on a good day, we'll definitely go down and have a look. So we'll go into Sholomance and see how we can see how we get on there. Even if the accent is very minor, it is a very soothing accent to listen to. Oh, thank you. Dreamy. Well, you have a very soothing name. So we're in it together. We're in it together. Somebody told me I should put ASMR in the title of my streams. But I feel like people just expect me to be licking ears and all that slobber going on. We don't do shite like that in this channel. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Out of the shadowy mist, we return. Ready to bang out some MTs. We're in the right set. I think we'll stay in combat here. In case we get a chest 1 or chest 2. The spec swapping is annoying me, so what I'm going to do is, after the raid, I'm going to spec my main spec, which is my combat sword spec. I'm going to spec out of that into harp spec. There we go. Distract. Sap this guy this time. And then I can run harp in here and the other spec. With the shadow step spec for SV. Because harp is it's just too good. It's too much fun, it's too fast. We don't have any poisons on, but that's alright. If you're low geared for MT, I'm not using Adrenaline Rush here because I'm saving it for a later pack. But if you're low geared, absolutely you use Adrenaline Rush on both chests. It just means you have to wait a little bit longer and you can't clear it as fast. And they still hit hard, so when you're lower geared, as well as using Adrenaline Rush on both chest packs, you're also going to want to have good stock of healing potions, good stock of Thistle Tea, another Talisite, lad, madness. Oh, we're out of instant poison. We'll shoot back out and buy poisons from the guy outside. Little tip about TBC this time around. Something I've really enjoyed anyway. I do it for heroics to save money. And it allows you to get a fair amount of pump for very little cash. Is buying Winterfall Firewaters. They're technically, like, they were recategorized as a battle elixir in TBC because they split the elixirs into those two subtypes. So you can't stack it with flasks and so on. But they're absolutely peanuts because nobody wants to use them now, right? So you can buy them for, like, I don't know, 30 silver or something. And you get 35 AP out of them, which is really nice. So if you want to save money and get a little bit extra pump if you're low on gear, stock up on Winterfall Firewater. Winterfall Firewater, super healing potions. You want to use Adrenaline Rush on both packs. You want to use your blind every time so that you can bandage. If you're undead, maybe you want to spec into Improved Gouge. You've got points to spare in the specs that we run in here, like harp. You can put 3 in here, you get an extra 1.5 seconds, so you can gouge, and it's 5.5 seconds total, which is like half a blind, which is pretty nice, more than half a blind. So you can get off a nice tick or a few ticks of cannibalize as well. So you just got to pull all your tricks out and know what to keep your cloak for. Use your evasion, and that's all she wrote. You're all good. But you definitely want to have a decent main hand weapon. You know, Vindicator's Brand is fine. Blink Strike, Spike Blade, Hope Ender, Season 1 weapon, which you can buy with honor now. Probably the easiest to get then is the Season 1 weapon. Just do a few battlegrounds, buy both of those, the offhand and the main hand, and you can fly through this place. I need to learn the SV farm. Well, you're in the right place. Samwise was got himself a rogue up, and he hit 70 and went straight into SV and was watching and doing the farm himself. And within a day, he'd gotten 5 full lockouts in under an hour, and he even developed his own strategy for one of the pulls where he used the boots to jump over a bridge gap where we normally frog step. So he even innovated and developed the farm within a day. So it's definitely possible to do it, and you can see up there that it's worth significantly more at the moment. We'll see how that skews out with gem drops. Like a large, not a large part, but we got 2 rubies yesterday in SV in 1 lockout, so that's 200 gold, which, you know, bumped up the average. Troll chests. And you're always using instant poison. Deadly poison does do more damage, but it breaks blind and gouge, and that's going to get you killed. Scrolls of stamina are dirt cheap. 3 silver each on the auction house, and it gives you 200 hit points, so definitely grab those as well. And the food's all dirt cheap. Mudfish over the hit food, you don't need hit because they're level 65, 64, you're got more than enough hit. And when you are in harp spec, you get this, which gives you 10% extra attack power. So if you use either Mudfish or Ravager Dogs give you 40 AP, and when you have that harp spec, they give you 44 AP, which is nice. Got a nice burst going here. It's a 2k, 2.1k. Let's see if we can finish strong. Wow, we dropped down to 1.5. I think the best burst we've seen in here is 2.3k. Everything hits, everything crits, and they just get deleted. Nice, and you see there we got a green out of one of the mobs. So that's the benefit of mana tombs you get. You get more of those greens. So it's not here and it's not there. So it's going to be over here. That's a corium. So with this chest, if you're lower geared, sap this guy. I'll do it now, actually. I'll show you. I usually sap him, cheap shot, blind, burst these two down. He comes out, kill him, get the thing. But I'll show you how to do it if you're kind of low geared. The idea basically is that you only need to kill the two guys closest to the mine. Hey, Froggy T24, thank you for the follow, brother. And then we vanish. And we're safe. These guys both pull. But I normally just kill all of them because it's another shot at a green, right? It's more gold per hour. Highlander 795, just wanted to say hello to my brother and wish him good luck in the grind. I'll keep the stream in the background for support and have some wood preparing to do for the winter. Nice. Nice to all of those things, and the coolest thing about it is the wood prep for the winter. How are you doing that? Are you swinging an axe? Old school? Are you getting a workout? Breaking a sweat? Or have you got the chainsaw out? Are you going Evil Dead on that wood? Hey, love the videos. Learned a lot of strats from them. For my rogue question, do you pickpocket still or it's just not worth it? I don't. I can't be arsed. The risk in SB is too great. We need to be near a safe spot and we need our vanish for the chests. In MT you can if you want to buffer out your runs to get a full hour. But I really don't like, even with a macro that you can just one click that auto picks and then opens the lockboxes in your bag. I don't like the fact that I have to just sit there for 5 minutes opening lockboxes that almost certainly aren't going to have a gem in it. There's two ways to get gems from pickpocketing. One of them is when you pickpocket the mob, you get a gem straight from the pocket. And the other one is that you get a gem out of the lockboxes. Now you can get a spine sever, this one. And you can also get the Nightblade. Neither of those are worth very much now. And the chance is somewhere between 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000 to get one, so you're not doing that for the money. And I personally, and a lot of rogues on the Discord have also agreed with this, that they have gotten way more gems straight from the pocket than they have from the lockboxes. Reason why that's a factor in my decision not to pickpocket is because once you've done all your picking, you've got all these lockboxes in your bag. And if the chance for getting a gem from a pocket is already super low, and it is, it's like less than 1%. Kind of like getting a gem from a mine, it feels like it's about the same as that. the chance of getting it from the pocket is less than 1%. The chance of getting it from the lockbox is even less. So yeah, I can't be bothered. Make enough money without it. So I got banned farm here. Yeah, a couple of people have said that since launch, that they got banned. Number of different reasons, I think. Maybe mass reported by the mafia, or some TOS was broken on your account at some point. Either gold buying, gold selling, cross-faction, auction house shenanigans, whatever. And by going into SV, your account gets flagged because of botting. And then they look at your account and they find the TOS breach, and then they ban you. So I think that's most likely the case. But again, I'm not sure. And it could have, oh shit. So, okay, in this situation, you wait for the tick. We already cloaked, you see. And then you wait for another tick. And then you instantly cannibalize. And that might be enough to keep you alive. Yeah. If we didn't bandage and cannibalize there, we would have been dead. That's the issue with the dark casters. They cast their pain on you, you cloak it, but if you don't get a good burst and you don't get them down fast enough, they can hit you with another one. And if you've already used your healer, it's going to be a bad day. That's why the PvP gear is actually probably best for this place. Even the starter set. It gives you resilience and a lot of stamina. And stamina is what you want to buffer out those pains with stamina, basically. First with the chainsaw, after that with a big axe, lumberjack mode. Enjoy it, bro. You got this. Thank you so much for the support, brother. And I love that you're leaving it running in the background while you're chopping wood, preparing for the winter. I love that. I don't know why, I just do. So thank you. I appreciate it. I used to run MT, make no money and die a lot with no spell gear. But after seeing your SV video on how to kite for chest, I get nearly 600 gold per hour. Appreciate your videos. To Resnick, you're very welcome. I love this kind of shit. I love pushing the game and trying to figure out how to do this kind of stuff. We're so blessed with Rogue. It's such an interesting class, and we have access to this kind of stuff. It's a way of playing the game that nobody else can enjoy. Druids can to a certain extent, but they just can't do what we can do. So you're very welcome. It's my favorite thing to do in the game outside of raiding, so I'm glad that I can share it with people and they can make money from it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I stopped pickpocketing as well for exactly what you said, and my warrior is a JC, so I just send all the Addy Fel to him to prospect and get tons of gems that way. So I got a really, really good tip 2 days ago from a guy called Bendalat, and I'd forgotten. It seems obvious, but there's so many things in the game to keep track of. Everybody and their grandmother is going to go engineering in Wrath, and in order to level up through engineering, obviously you need the components and you need the ores and the bars. To get through the TBC part of engineering, you need a lot of adamantite bars, obviously, and you need a lot of fel iron bars. Now, fel iron is one of the most underpriced ores. It is worth nothing at the minute. It's like less than gold each. But Bendalat said the last time Wrath came around, when people had got, burst to 70 and then they were getting their dual crafting up, all of the bars sell out really quickly. He said the fel iron bars, which require 2 ores, which is 1 gold 80 for us to craft at the ore price now, we're selling for 10 gold each. Now that might have been on a PvP server, so it might have been higher, but even at 5 gold each, you're 2.5xing your money. So I was looking for the asset that I was going to invest in for Wrath that was going to make me the most amount of money at the start, because that's when you can make all your money basically for the expansion. And he reminded me about fel iron. So you might want to consider stacking your fell iron bars. Turn them into bars because the bars stack in 20 as well, and you can save double the bag space. But you might want to consider saving your fell iron. If you're in it for the long game and you are going into Wrath, it's worth considering. So we can kill this pack, but I just want to show you that it's possible. I think we're actually a bit too close here, but I'll try. Yeah, we are. If you wait for them to move further away and distract them over here, you can actually get this vein. But we'll just kill them anyway. Probably take it slow and add in a few tips this time around, because we do need to wait for that Ragefire Chasm to come off cooldown, which is going to be 23 minutes before we can get our 5 lockouts in. We want to drag him over so we get the most out of our Blade Flurry. Cloak that. If you're low on health and one of those guys spawn in, just blind him and bandage, or you can gouge him and bandage. The price of frost grenades is almost 4 gold. Yeah, I haven't bought them in a while because I had so many. I bought them in batches of 500 each when they were... See, at the start, another reason why buying stuff at the start is a good idea. When people are leveling engineering, there's a certain level bracket that you can craft frost grenades to level up your skill. And before this farm, there was kind of no real use for them. So they were worth pennies. I mean, there are some other uses for them in PvP and stuff, but you know, it wasn't like they were a highly sought after asset. So I bought 500 of them because no one was buying them, and the auction house was flooded with them. I think I got them for 50 silver each, for about 500. And then I went back and got another batch of 500 for, I don't know, something like under a gold each. And then they started going up in price. It depends on your server. They're still not that expensive here. 2 gold, 20. The water walking on my server, sometimes it's 1 gold, sometimes it's 2 gold, sometimes they're 3 gold. If they're more expensive, I just buy swim speed potions because they work just as well. Maybe not just as well, but they work. And one of the arguments people were making for why NT was probably better than SV was they said that the extra gas cloud and the bump in enchanting materials you get from the higher level greens, from the higher level chests in SV, was offset by the cost of the consumables to do the farm, which is a fair assumption to make. But if you look up there, there's no way that the consumables that we would use for each run are going to bring the gold per hour average down to the same. I thought I reset, but maybe I didn't. It's not popping up there. That's interesting. What's up, In Flames, my man? All is well. All is well. We had a very smooth first lockout in SV, and now we're in MT. This is our second lockout, but our first twin of the day. We have raid. What are we now? Almost 10 p.m. 4.5 hours raid starts, so we'll be getting ready for that in 4 hours. Can't wait to pump. Of course, we've got Talon almost full bits. We're just missing some bits We got another rogue who's going to expose for us, and we're in the Bis comp. We got a Feral Druid for leader of the pack, 5% crit. We got a Warrior for the AP buff, shout. We've got a Shaman for Wind Fury, and we've got a Hunter. So I got a Bis comp group. I got Talon. I'm just hoping I get lucky with the RNG. Everything hits, everything crits, and maybe we can get a 99 tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Blizzard is accusing me of planning to sell gold. Wow. That's messed up. Planning to sell gold. That's like somebody walking into a shop, getting arrested because the person suspect they're planning to steal. That's not right. But be honest. Have you ever sold gold before? Have you ever bought gold before? There's no judgment from me. I understand why people buy gold. I understand why people sell gold. It is what it is, but so you got no judgment from me, but be honest. Have you ever sold or bought gold? Because if you had, and they see that on your account, and they see you, that could be a precedent, you know? I'm not saying it's right, but the main thing I'm trying to understand or clarify is that if you don't break TOS and you do this farm, you'll never get banned for it. That's what I want to understand. Unless you get mafiaed. It fits the Thief Rogue immersion identity really well. Is there a farm like SV and Wrath of the Lich King that's worth doing at the start? We have access to one of the best, probably the best rogue gold farm in the entirety of the classic canon. That's classic, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King. We get to go into Karazhan solo at level 70. And we use the Wrath rocket boots, which are like the TBC rocket boots, but on steroids. And we use bombs and shenanigans. And you go into Karazhan, in the front door, you go up the stairs into the ballroom, you go through the first ballroom, you go up the stairs into that second tier of the ballroom, where all the like undead ghosts are. Little rich kid ghosts, as Swole Benji calls them. And we get to a certain position and we pull one of them, and then we jump off the balcony down. They'll all run down the stairs. Then we pull a guy from the end of the big room, the first area, beside the Moreau's room at the top of the stairs. Then we run down the stairs around the corner. They all run down on top of us. Then we spam Fan of Knives. And if you have Fell Striker, this, which I farmed phase 1 TBC, sorry, that's the Blade of Eternal Dart. You have Fell Striker. Chance on hit, all attacks are guaranteed to land and will be critical strikes for the next 3 seconds. There's a talent in Wrath that gives us 2 energy for every time we critical strike. Fell Striker has a 2% proc rate. There's 50 plus ghosts. So you hit your first Fan of Knives. Fell Striker almost always procs on the first hit. Sometimes it doesn't, but Fan of Knives costs, you can do 2 of them. So you always get the engine running. Fell Striker procs. Then every Fan of Knives hit after that is guaranteed to hit and crit. Because you hit everything, you get 2 energy back for everything you hit. There's more than 50 mobs, so you have infinite energy and you just spam them down with evasion and some defensive trinkets. On top of that, you have this trinket, which is a classic trinket called Darkening Card Heroism. Heals 120 to 180 damage when damaging an enemy in melee. That works with Fan of Knives. So then you hit everything and you're self-healing as well. And you can kill all of them. Then you loot them for all the enchanting mats. Send it to an alt. Rinse and repeat. It made Swole Benji, who's the guy who initially developed this farm, it made him the richest player on Tichondrius by far. And when he developed this farm, there was no such thing as 5 raid lockouts per hour. You could do it infinitely. So he would go in, kill them all in like 5 minutes, come out, reset the dungeon, go in again, kill them all in 5 minutes, come out and do like whatever that is, 12 of them an hour, thousands and thousands of gold per hour. So I'm going to make the video and show you guys how to do that. Oh, we got the gun blade. That's LPS. 20 gold, we'll take it. So if you're low geared, you don't have to kill all these guys. You just have to kill him and then vanish. And since we don't have any of our cooldowns up, that's what we'll do. Sap this guy with a cheap shot, change target and blind. Come back and we still have our combo points, so we can drop them into a slice and dice. Or pull him back here. We're going to cloak that poison. I'm going to hit a healing potion as well, just to keep us topped up. Yeah, let's just use our Blade Flurry since it just came out. And at this point you could vanish. He'll despawn the ghost. He'll go back to position. And yeah, that's all she wrote. After your long hiatus, you're back on the grind. I am, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be settled again. I loved going home. I loved seeing all my friends, surprising one of my best friends for his birthday. But I had made the decision to go all in on content creation and streaming for a while. And I was having a really, really good run and loving it. But I knew I had to go back. So it was 8 weeks. And the whole time I was like aware and a little bit anxious about the fact that I wasn't pursuing my dream. But I needed to do that in order to find myself where I am now. I'm settled now. I'll be here in this school for 6 months. I've got my own fiber line. I've got the software I need to stream consistently. Good quality. And that's a difficult thing to achieve in China because of the Great Firewall. And we're sitting at, from China, 142 ms to European servers, which is really, really good. So yeah, I'm super happy to be back on the grind, brother. And we ain't stopping. We're going all in. Your raid is tonight. Yes, it is. Raid is at 8:30 server time, which is 2:30 a.m. in China. And it'll go to about 5 a.m. And then I'll crash out for a couple of hours and then get up for breakfast at 7:30. But I only have to do that once a week, so it's not too bad. Totally worth it. Got my priorities in order. Okay, good. We've got 2 more lockouts left for MT. And 9 minutes. Nice one. We should be almost good to go as soon as we finish this one. Then I'm going to just have a quick look at the stream and I'm going to rewind it a bit to see exactly what the gold per hour was. Actually, if one of you wants to do that for me now, I'd really appreciate it. If you can skip back through the stream and find where I was just running out of the Steam Vault. Just about to run out of the Steam Vault, because the Kiwi farm will still be up on the screen and it'll show you the total gold. I don't want the gold per hour value. I want the gold total value. Just so you... Oh, you just saw me run into MT. Hey, number 4. Nice, nice, nice. What's your character name? For Rogue? Sorry, I'm retarded. Player not found. Oh, your ally. I feel so betrayed. I jest. 55 seconds on well fed. Let's see if we can finish this combat. Two, one. That's beautiful timing. That's it. That's a thing of beauty right there. I'm the only non-rogue in chat. How much gold am I sitting on total? Liquid gold. 52 gold I have to my name. However, I do have 167 elixir of demon slaying, which is worth about 800 gold, and I have 966 haze pots, and they're worth 15 gold 50 each. So it's about 15 grand, just under 15 grand in haze pots. But again, I haven't really been farming in 2 months, so I've fallen behind. But I was doing a tally, and it's probably around 100k now that I've farmed since launch, mostly from SV. But I'm still not going to be making as much money as Samwise. He farmed SV to get enough money to start his haste. He's got an alchemist and he's got haste recipe. So he farmed enough gold to get his haste pot factory going. And now he's like, he doesn't have to farm again, basically. He's just sitting pretty. I think we'll do that. You hope for a talent drop for yourself? I already got it. I'm looking for DST. That's what I want. That's what I really, really want. But there was a little bit of magic last night. Someone in the chat said roll for gifted subs. If you roll like between 1 and 50, I'll give you 1. Between 50 and 70 or whatever, I'll give you 2, 3, 4, 5. If you roll 100, I'll give you 5. And I rolled a 16. Now he gifted 5 out anyway, which was super, super nice of him. And I remember saying, I rolled 16 on gifted tonight, so I can roll 100 on DST tomorrow. So, and I've been thinking about that all day. So I'm just trying to channel that energy. Manifesting, bro. Manifesting. Gonna do some yoga poses. Gonna get some baggy trousers with elephants on them. Light some incense. Going full spectrum. We're gonna use witchcraft to channel DST into our inventory. That's what we're gonna do. Damn solid. It is. It's a solid plan. You know, it's a solid plan. Yeah, I stocked up on haze pots and demon potions as well. Yeah. Rogue farm looks so cool. That's why I'm here, brother. The one thing that I really like about warlocks this time around is they've got soul chatter, which is basically like a vanish. And my favorite streamer and my favorite rogue, Simon Eyes, he's done so much rogue in every expansion, and this time around he's got his rogue, of course, but if you watch him, you'll know that he's also got a warlock, and he's been doing warlock content. It's just interesting that as I was leveling up and starting my first raids, the one class that I was like, maybe I could play that was a warlock, and then Simon Eyes goes and makes one, and it's all because shatter. I just have to have a threat break. Whatever I'm playing, I want something to break threat. I mean, you have ice block as a mage. That's why I didn't play Ret Pally this time around, because the last TBC I did play Ret, and even after waiting 5 seconds for the tank to get aggro, I remember running into Shade of Iran, and you've got your macro seal twists thing set up so that you always get a twist on your first hit. And I everything procced, 4 big numbers on my screen, and the boss just turned around and clobbered me and one-shot me. And when I had narrowed down what I wanted to play down to 2 things. It was either Ret Pally or Rogue. And I was like, look, let's just go Rogue. And that's the reason why, because Ret Pally just didn't have a threat drop. And I'm very glad that I did, because I know the class well, and I've discovered new things about it, and it's very, very satisfying to play now. Yeah, I'm running with PvP swords and Latros, nice. But he also made all his gold in the pre-patch. Simon Eyes or me? I'm not sure. I made a little bit of gold in the pre-patch, but I couldn't sell my spine sever, but I'm glad I didn't now. It's kind of sentimental. There's all these little things you notice about the difference between harp and combat swords. If we were in harp spec there, we'd have a talent that reduces the energy cost of blind and sap and its range. So when I cheap shot open on that guy in harp, I instantly switch target and I can always blind instantly. But you saw in that instance, I cheap shotted him and I couldn't actually blind because I didn't have enough energy for it. So it scuffed my opener. So I'm really, really looking forward to speccing into harp and Shadow Step exclusively for these 2 farms, and only respeccing back into combat swords on raid nights. Until Shadow resists. I didn't know Shadow could resist. Kind of like Feign Death then. Wings plus 2 procs plus haste pot equals into the ground. Yeah. But then you get those god tier casino rolls. Samwise knows what I'm talking about. He got a 99 parse on Vash, like really early on in the phase. And it's not like he's in a parsing guild or anything. Just got the RNG on the mobs and just got unbelievable twists throughout the fight, obviously. Samwell, Blood Elf Paladin on Spine Shatter, 99 parse on Vash. Really, really nice. I don't think I have a single 99 from SSC. A lot of 97s and 98s, but not a 99. Not yet. Tonight's the night. Simon made like 30k in the pre-patch with the Frozen Rune farm. Yes. Yes. That's a cool farm. It's a very niche farm, but it's a very time-specific farm as well. So it pays to know. It pays to know. I've got 2 TK99s and 1 SSC 99 on my enhance at the minute. Nice. Gotta love those pink numbers. God, love them. So satisfying. Okay, we can go straight back in. That's really nice. Last one, I think pretty bad gem rolls this time around. SV has been consistently bad since we started recording the averages. We did get one run where we got a double gem chest, but it was I think it was a Night's Eye and a Dawnstone. Something like that. My guild is average at best. We have like 6 to 7 actual pumpers and the rest are just friends really, so pushing parses isn't easy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to have yeah, pushing parses is all about kill times, and kill times are all about gear level, rotation, competency, and consumable usage of each individual player. And if everybody's on point, your kill times are insane, and then you're in a top 1% guild. And if you've got 5% of the people who are pumpers, you know, 45% of the DPS that are like good, and then the other 50% of the DPS are okay. It's once in a blue moon where everything hits and crits and where you get really nice parses. So it's all right. Those are the kind of the distinctions. I do miss, I have to say, I love my Talon, but I do miss seeing all the Blink Strike procs. Because a Blink Strike proc and a Sword Spec proc are the exact same thing. It just procs your main hand weapon one more time. And I can remember actually, that's the thing I love about Blink, it's the gamble. It's kind of like Red Pally in that way, where it's like a casino, but it's much less... it's much more granular. But I remember 2 or 3 times, 2 specifically, where I got absolute god tier proc clusters. Now, a proc cluster is where you might see Wind Fury proc and Blink Strike and Sword Spec, or multiples of one and a couple of the other, you know. So if you get like 3, whether it's 2 of one, 1 of another, 1 of each, whatever. But if you get 3 together, that's like a nice proc cluster. I don't really count 2 as a cluster. If you get 4, that's really good. If you get 5, that's insane. But I remember 2 times where my notification window, the procs just went up here, up here, up here, up here, and all the way up here. We're talking like 8 or 9 procs. Like twice, and that's where Wind Fury, Blink Strike, and Blink Strike, and Sword Spec all procced together, and then procced off each other, and then procced again, and all within like an absolutely unbelievably rare cluster where you get like 7 or 8 or 9 extra main hand weapon attacks within like a second or less than a second, and it's absolutely nuts. In situations like that, Blink Strike is going to do way more damage than Talon if you're in just like a trash pack, for example. It's nuts, and it's very satisfying to see, so I do miss it for that. My lock guild MT is green parsed, always threat capped. Your warlock guild's main tank. I would like to play Ret Pally. They seem so fun. It's just a thing. I'm gonna suck at the seal twisting. You're gonna suck because you always suck when you start. Mage AoE farming taught me that if you just keep dying, you'll keep going and keep learning. Hey. Let's add friend right there. Hi from YouTube. We'll take it. Hey. Alright, we're friends now, brother. Don't let sucking at something stop you from doing it. Because you always suck at the start when you're learning things. Hey, Testy, just followed. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. We're climbing every day. Every day. We're getting there. Get some nice loot from this last chest. Come on, Living Ruby. Oh! What the hell? Called it. Called it. What a day. What a day it's going to be. Brothers, we are on form. We are sharp today. We are sharp. 100 gold flat. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. I'll Ret Pally, yeah. I have a little clip of my Ret holding 6k DPS over 10 seconds because every seal twist succeeded and I got ridiculous Wind Fury procs. I obviously floor POV'd the rest of the fight because of the threat. Okay, yeah, you got clobbered on Morgrim. That's what I loved about playing Ret 2. But like you say, it's a double-edged twist because you often end up dead. Any tips for a fresh 70 rogue that struggles with the 3 NPC packs? Just switch to SV. Sap one, blow all your cooldowns. Sap one of them. Use your Blade Flurry and your Adrenaline Rush. Focus on the caster first. You want to mitigate as much incoming damage as you can, so always kill the mobs that are easiest to kill, and for rogues that's always going to be the casters. Have your blind on a keybind. You need to be able to instantly blind something, and you should be able to instantly tab target and blind something and tab back to the target you're on. That's really useful. Get your Cloak of Shadows, know what you need to cloak. It's just practice, practice, practice. What you need to do in order to stop dying, paradoxically, is to die more. You got to go into it. You got to just throw yourself into it. And just every time you die, just go, I'm a little bit closer to being pro at this, and then you'll get really good at it, I promise. Just embrace death. Just embrace the dying and learning. That's how you get good. Oh, by the way, I haven't Manitum's video finished. I just have to do the voiceover, and I break down each pack and what to do. It's a little bit low level. I don't go get too granular with it, but if you just follow it and keep dying, you'll get there. I'm gonna wait to get to full energy and a tick away. before I cheat, so that I can blind this time. There we go. I'm going to cloak early because they do an immolate thing. Okay, so maybe a little bit too early. Let's eat them because we have time. I sucked at totem management and weapon syncing on my enhancement alt. But I got actually pretty good at it, and now it's just a matter of rinse and repeat until getting better. Exactly. In Flames nails it. It's the same for everything you do in life, really, that you want to improve on. Just keep doing it badly. Yeah, but I don't think I have time to learn it, and it's not really a thing in Wrath. It most certainly is a thing in Wrath. Everything you learn on these farms, you're going to be able to take into Wrath. What you're learning when you're in here killing these packs is how to manage your cooldown, understanding the mob that you're fighting, what the mob's cooldowns are that you need to be aware of, and you need to save your cooldowns for. You're going to learn ranges. You're going to learn key bindings. You're going to learn target swapping. You're going to learn all of those things. They're all fundamentals. They're all rogue fundamentals. In Mana Tombs, for example, you're not just learning how to deal with these packs, and you're not just learning the fundamentals I just mentioned. You're learning how to be a better raider, because your reaction timing for cloak, your reaction timing for a blind, for a gouge in order to bandage, for a blind into eating a corpse so that you don't die, for managing your Shadow Word Pain ticks and trying to bandage in between a tick and then corpse eat in between the next tick so that the last tick doesn't kill you. These are all fundamental rogue skills that translate into everything you do. Raiding, farming, PvP. So really, really good. And in SV, the shenanigans that you learn doing that farm are going to directly translate into the Karazhan farm, because you need to use your boots. You need to be jumping into certain spots. You need to be shadow stepping. You need to be... If you learn the SV farm, you're going to be able to very quickly learn the Wrath farm, the Karazhan farm. And if you don't learn the SV farm, the Karazhan farm is going to be really difficult to learn. So don't go kidding yourself saying this is a one-trick pony. It's much more than that. I did Shaman last TBC, and for some reason I was just good at totem twisting and weapon sync from the start. Sometimes you just, what is it in Django Unchained? When he gives Django the gun and he shoots it and like nails the target first time, and he's like, the kid's a natural. You lean and gravitate into certain things naturally. And finding that is very satisfying. You know, that's why people love this game. That's why this game is never going away. It's a classic game. It's here to stay. Even if Blizzard discontinues service for it, people will just start private servers. And I'm like 95% sure that even after Classic Plus comes, even if Classic Plus is a great success, there will still always be a market for original OG vanilla classic TBC and Wrath. It's here to stay. Okay, let me update. Okay, 369 gold. That's going to bump our SV. Sorry, our MT up nicely. So let's get our calculator out. So our MT is 268 gold on average. We multiply that by the 8 lockouts that we've done. 2,144. We add 369 to that. Actually, it's 369.56, and we round down or up depending on where it is. So we're going to give it 370, which gives us a total of 2,514. And then we divide that by 8 plus 1, which is 9, which gives us a new total of 279.3 rounding down. MT just jumped from 268 gold per hour to 279 gold per hour. Update the 8 to a 9, and now I'm just going to skip back through the stream to find the values for the last SV, because once you log over, it's lost in the app. There might be a way of finding it, but haven't figured that out yet. Too many things to figure out. We were 317, and then we open the last chest. 332 gold 66, so 333. It's a nice lucky number. The voodoo angel number crowd will be coming for me. 333, I said. Okay. 333. So 387 is our average for Steam Vault. Multiplied by 8. 3096 plus 333 equals 3429 divided by 9. 381 gold per hour. At 9 lockouts, which is 45 runs or each. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Alright, we're going to go back into SV and do 5 more runs. I got 10-minute lockout. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Let's disenchant the stuff and put it in the auction house. I need to buy also. Let me have a quick look at what I do need to buy. Let's get 8 free action potions. I have plenty of those in the bank. And maybe some swim speed potions. 8 free actions and 3 swim speeds, right? Oh, I know how you do this farm. I was talking about Red Palace, sorry. Like a dozen things in my brain at the same time, apologies. $250 for swim speed. What about water walk? $350. Swim speed's been pretty good. I do like water walking though. Especially if we have a bog lord. I think I'm gonna just nah. Let's just go swim speed. I was doing it without any pots actually. Was it yesterday or the day before? And I was actually getting it to work. But I don't want to rely on that. I might have just got lucky and not had bad pulls. I mean, I also really like playing Shaman. It is one of my favorites in TBC. I've never gotten a high level Shaman. I've never Never played one. I can't do trolls. I always just want to reroll either a mage or a rogue. Yeah. Once you got the hang of totem twisting and weapon syncing enhancement, shaman is super fun. Totem twisting does seem fun, and you'll always get a spot in a raid as a chamois, especially a resto chamois. And if you have dual spec, which obviously we all do, you can make deals with raid leaders and say, look, I'll come and I'll be a resto chamois for you, but I want to roll on DPS stuff. And you'll often still get a spot. You have leverage as a shaman in TBC. It's basically the antithesis of what a rogue is. Where you're like, hey, you whisper someone and you type in, do you need a rogue? And before you finish typing, they just whisper you back, fuck you. Elemental is even more looked for than resto. Ah. Ellies. Didn't know. And they both do really nice damage. Ellie and resto, Ellie and enhance. Okay, raid in 4 hours. Nice. It's just annoying that only space goats can be shaman on ally. Exactly. You know, there is something about the character models. There really is. I don't really mind the female Draenei too much. I think they kind of look cool as Death Knights, but if you're going to have a Death Knight, for me, it's Blood Elf all the way. Oh, we've got more of this going in here. I don't know if it's a scam or what, but it feels like a scam. Where people puts one in, that's 25% less. I've seen this on scrolls, I've seen it on cloth, I've seen it on loads of different assets, where someone will put one in that's about 25% less in value than the others. And I have a feeling they're running a script in the auction house that just continuously scans for whatever they put up and just buys all the people who've put it in at 1 copper less than that. So then they can resell it and make 25% on their money, which is really smart. Because if you think about it like this, if haste potions are 15 gold, 25% of that is what, 750, 325, 375. Like, if you bought 10,000 gold or 10,000 gold's worth of haste pots and you could make 25% on them, then you're going to be up to 12. You make 2,500 gold. So it's like, if it is indeed a bit of a scam, a bit of an angle, pretty good one. So rubies have jumped up by 5 gold from yesterday, which makes sense. And dawns are up from 22 to 27. That's nice. I did say I was going to keep those, but I can't be arsed. For me, it's either Night Elf or Horde. Night Elf or Horde? Like any Horde? Troll is the best. Troll and Orc. For Shadowmourne Orcs with the axe specialization is really good. But Berserking is like pretty close. Like Troll Rogues as well are, and Blood Fury or whatever the Orc racial is that gives you attack power. Undead is the worst for PvE, but I never play anything other than Undead Rogue, and I don't PvE. I just love the way they look. But yeah, Troll and Orc basically both have a free racial trinket. Just a free DPS trinket from the start of the game, which is really nice. This is my my wannabe red pally. But I just don't have time. I just gotta go deep and focus on Rogue. I don't like the animations on Belfs on the two-hander melee, so I'm never going to play a Belf Pala. Fair enough. It's better than the animation on male Night Elves for one-handed swords, that's for sure. But female Belf Rogues have a really cool crouch in stealth animation. They look insane. And the way they hold this blade in front of them, they don't hold it with the dagger out this way, they hold it with the blade back this way. Like that. It looks really, really cool. Okay, we've kind of got everything we need. I've been like trying to theory craft how to possibly race to world first rogue or server first rogue. And my idea is, because I have everything set up for the infinite energy fan of knives spam combo, I'm trying to find places in the game, whether in TBC raids or dungeons, or in Outland, or in the world, or in Outland raids, dungeons, or in the world. So I was doing research into the world first 80 from the last one way around, and this guy called Noah, he did the research in retail. He went on his retail character, he went back into Wrath, and he went back to Icecrown, and he was testing open world mob packs and interesting unique elite mobs that have different mechanics to see if he could find something whereby he could get a lot of experience. And he found a mob in northwestern Icecrown who is an elite and has the Death Knight mechanic to spawn in a load of ghouls. And that elite will just keep spawning those ghouls in periodically. Now, those ghouls die after a certain amount of time, but if you have damaged them at least a little bit, you get the experience for the kill even when they die from the timer. And he went there with his paladin, I believe, and he started killing them, and he used a load of level 1 accounts. He was multi-boxing, and he grouped up with a load of level 1s, and because he was in a party, he got the party XP buff. And he tested this in retail because the mechanic was still live in retail. And then on launch, he went straight to that spot and tested it, and it was indeed working in the same way. And he leveled from 70 to 80 in 8 hours, which was insane. Now, Blizzard didn't roll back his achievement. They just quietly changed the mechanic behind the scenes, and it was controversial at the time because a lot of people were saying it was an exploit and this shouldn't have been blah, blah, blah. So it kind of divided the community. But the guy did his research and found a way to level up in 8 hours to 80. So, and he said himself that even if he got rolled back the achievement, he would just find it funny because whoever got the world first achievement would know that they were second, you know, and he's dead right. So, I assume that that's going to be patched. And I don't think we could do it as rogue either because you need to have self-healing. The idea is you kite that elite around and in a circle, and it just keeps spawning in mobs. And as the mobs spawn in, you're damaging them with your AoE. We could do that with Fan of Knives. You damage them with your AoE. And then after a certain amount of time, you avoid them by kind of running away from them because you've got the, you know, the paladin 15% movement speed. So you're not taking too much damage. You've damaged them at least once, then they die and you get the experience, and you just keep doing that. You don't kill the elite. It just keeps providing you with these mobs that die. So on launch, we'll probably have a look and see if it's still in the game, which is possible. So that could be something that we could do. I was looking at Utgard Keep as well, because mages and Death Knights can solo the mobs and run around in a circle, and Death Knights Howling Blast them and mages Living Bomb them and run around. But I was thinking, if we can sneak through the instance, pull a mob, run back down to a certain spot, kind of like in Karazhan, and then pull the whole instance. We have, for example, with Moreau's Pocket Watch and this charm, we have 110% dodge rating. So as long as we can mitigate whatever on incoming magic damage, if we could kill them with our Fan of Knives, or if we put crippling poison on our weapons and just stack them up into a big clump, and then we can crippling poison them with Fan of Knives with 100% dodge and cloak, and then get out of there after 5 seconds, they're in this nicely packed, tight clump, and they're all crippled, and then we could just run around, jump in the air, fan, re-cripple all of them, and just kite them around like that. So that's kind of my plan. So I'm going to wait for... I have downloaded Warmane, which is the 3.35 Wrath client, and I'm going to level a rogue on that, and I'm going to do some testing to see if possibly you can get that to work. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been cooking up. Isn't Fan of Knives learned at 80? Oh, shit. Bro. No. You're probably right. Brother. Mate, I can't believe I totally overlooked that. Ah, yeah. Yep. It's learned at 80. Well, there goes that dream. I'm going to go and buy a rope and a chair, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. We've got our IRL raid consumables. Nice Chinese Dove chocolate. Let's see what that's like. To be honest, it's hard bet to beat Irish chocolate because the milk's so good in Ireland. Cows, the Irish cows. Alright, we're going to... Nice one. We got lockout. We're good. We've got all our cons. We're in the right spec. Now we're in the right set. Let's go. Okay, so that is not how we're going to get to... that's not how we're going to get to 80. Damn, I was so pumped for the pre-patch. I was like, ah, you're the fan of nice stuff in the pre-patch. Alright, well, we're just going to spend the pre-patch pickpocketing level 71 mobs in TBC to get Wrath lockboxes. Okay, locked. And get some of that juicy loot. The Wrath lockboxes have even better loot than the TBC ones. TBC lockboxes had Spine Sever, this one. And the Wrath has an 80 version called Spine Slicer. Exact same stats, just more of them. And TBC has the Nightblade, the dagger. And Wrath has the Dusk Blade. Level 80, exact same proc, armor pen. But there's an additional epic that you can get from Wrath boxes. And it's a crawl blade. A level 80 crawl blade. On top of that, there's a ring called the Puzzle Ring, which is like pre-raid base or close to. For casters, I believe. And there's a staff of Zabrajin, which is a level 80 staff, I think. Which is also pretty good, so they sell well. So 3 epics and I think 2 blues. And of course, Wrath gems. Okay, I think we got them all. We're missing one, but I don't think he's coming back here. I think he's one of the guards. So we might get 2 shots at this chest. Not that we needed it. So yeah, all you rogues in the chat, in the pre-patch, let's all get together. Jump on the RD Discord. I have a loot box competition. Post all your loot, epics, blues, everything you get, and we'll see who can get the most amount of stuff, swag, in pre-patch, and have a load of level 80 epics and blues ready to go before Wrath even launches. Excuse me. And then sell them all in the AH to make the money for the expansion. Yeah. Exactly. Sell as many as we can. Exactly. None of those are best for us either. Because in Wrath we're going to be going Assassination. And can't remember if it's combat or subtlety. That's also like pretty close, like very, very close in DPS. You can pick one or the other pretty much. But I know that none of those epics are going to be best for us, so yeah, you can sell them all. That would be combat, yeah. Yeah, killing spree, right? Yeah. Sub won't be good until Catty, yeah, that was it. I remember in one of the expansions, Because as a night elf, you have Shadow Meld, right? Which is just a free kind of stealth if you need it. Kata sub is the best the rest of the way. Yeah. I remember maybe it was Warlords Trainer, but in one of the expansions they basically made Shadow Meld like a real stealth. You could use it again to use your abilities in it, and use abilities that you can use in stealth in Shadow Meld, and it became Night Elves became best then. That was a lot of fun. I forced myself to learn Rogue because I was able to see the possibilities. Exactly. Exactly. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better. Only Rogues. It was to do with another exposed weakness, and it was so good. Yes, 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 yes. Something like that. It's been a while. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I'm so sad that Sub Rogue is not playable in raids in TBC. Yeah, it's not playable. I was tempted though. I saw on the logs, you know, when you're on the Warcraft logs and you're checking, you know, the best rogues in the world, and you see some rogues up there and they have like, they're ranked like in the top 5 in the world, but then you look at their spec and they're using sub or assassination, and the ranking comes from the parse that they get, not from the damage that they're doing. So even though they're ranked in like the top 5, their damage is like a fraction, or, you know, it pales in comparison to what combat is. But because the value is, the ranking is based on parses. So if you have like, you know, Heart Razor and Fang of Ash and Go Muty and you've got DST and all that stuff, you can, if you're bored of combat and you just want to do it for fun, and I was considering doing this for a while, you could just go ham and try to parse and get 100 parses in Muty just for the fun of it, like Simon Eyes was doing. And you can do the same with sub. The thing is, you'd go basically combat sub, but you make sure that you have 1 extra talent point in subtlety, because I think this is how it works. That whichever tree you have the most talent points in is the tree that it assigns you as for the spec. So you'd basically go into combat to get as much of the high DPS talents as you can get. You can get Blade Flurry, I think. And then you go into subtlety and pick up whatever is good there. Chem Simo, hello. You'd have to press just Hemo. Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame because Harp spec is actually really good for trash and pretty good DPS. It's not as good as combat, obviously, but you get Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush. The problem is if you go to Adrenaline Rush, it's 1 combat point more, I think, or maybe 1 or 2 or 3 than sub. So you just can't get Adrenaline Rush and still be in sub. But yeah, Hemo all the way. Or you could do a hybrid. I mean, you'd probably go get Hemo and get Hemo, possibly get the 10. Have to figure out what's worth more value, or worth more DPS, but you might possibly go down Hemo and maybe get deadliness for 10% extra attack power. Then you can get the hit and the slice and dice. Maybe you go down to, or maybe get the crit, and then Relentless Strikes is so good. Depending on the length of the fight, this can give you as much or more energy back than Adrenaline Rush does. So once you realize that, you see how powerful it is. Since Emma was a debuff like Warlock's Shadow debuff, so it's like, yeah, like it just disappears as soon as you press it, so you don't really get the value out of it. Even in 10-man Kara, depending on how melee stacked you are, but in 25-man raids, it's instantly gone. But it's cheap, 35 energy. Ish. You get that because between the two of them, that's going to be, you just open with Garrote, but then you have to stealth, so it might just be better to run in and just start hitting with white hits. Depends on how quickly you can get to the target in stealth. It's like Garrote's worth what? $810 damage, modified by attack power. So let's say you do a 1500 damage Garrote. Then you need to figure out, just run at a boss and then hit it and see how long it takes to get to 1500 white hits. And let's say it takes like 8 seconds. Then you'd need to get to the boss in 8 seconds or less to make the Garrote worth it. But if you could, then that's going to be a little bit more valuable. Okay, it's not locked, which is nice. Those guys are perfectly positioned. Do we have... They're going... Okay. No. Okay, it's alright, it's alright. We don't have to go all the way to the top. Well, that's definitely not going to do it. Because they're so far away, you can pull them to like here. You can even pull them to here if it's unlocked and get back in time. Okay, let's just keep moving through. Scuffed. Unlocked. We do have our gnomish cloak, so we'll just use that for this one. I do like the backstab combat build though. Seems really cool. I love seeing big yellow numbers, so I'll always love backstab for that, for sure. But it's basically like a more boring combat swords rotation. You don't have enough time with backstab to do exposed armor, so if you have to do exposed armor, you can't use it. But if you don't have to do exposed armor, then you can definitely use it. But because it costs so much energy to do backstab, it's like something like close to twice as much energy as Sinister Strike. It just means that you basically have the same rotation, except you don't get to push your main combat building ability as often. And then you don't get combo points as much, so you can't juggle your finishers as much. So you never get to expose. And I'm not sure if it's rupture or eviscerate that's best, but I have a feeling it's rupture. So you're simply, or maybe it's slice and dice, or maybe you don't. I don't know. I haven't done backstab actually. Maybe you can tell me, but I can't remember the specific finisher rotation. But I would imagine you definitely need to keep slice and dice up because it's worth so much of your white hits. So maybe slice and dice and rupture, is it? But the cool thing about that build is just seeing how big your backstab crits can get. It's massive, big yellow numbers. And it's worth doing for that alone. Oh, Living Ruby, boys. Boys. Ah, that's nice. Living Ruby from the last MT chest. And a Living Ruby from the first... Sorry, the second MT reset. Let's go. Let's go. Huge. Huge. And always, always keep an eye out for shadow protection greens. Especially now with Mother Shiraz coming up. They're going to be worth a lot if you get lucky and get a shadow protection green in the right slot. Like if you get a neck, it's not much good because everyone's going to get the shadow res neck from the end of the quest chain. But if you get the cape, maybe a ring, or maybe some wrists or something like that, or maybe a belt. There's going to be certain slots. I don't know what the slots are for shadow protection that you can get for each armor type, for each, you know, for each armor type, and that you can get outside of greens, so that nobody will basically buy the greens. But I know the cape is bis. Or close to bis. Slice and dice needs to be up 100% of the time. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Next in line is rupture, if not expose assigned, and only eviscerate if the target dies before rupture runs out. Yeah. That's straight from wowtvc.gg. My lucky day. It is a lucky day. Let's continue in this vein. No pun intended. Let's see if we can get our hands on a DST. DST. That would be insane. Next best, belt of 100 deaths. And we'd be happy with either Bloodsea Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger. They're both the same DPS for us. That's just how rogues are played. True. And also in your adrenaline rush phase, you're going to pump out at least one. Well, that's combat swords. Maybe you don't actually have the time in backstab to do it. But in combat swords, you get at least one 5-point eviscerate out with your blade flurry up. I saw a rogue in Black Morass. We were doing Black Morass heroic. I was just stacking badges, and me and him were both pumping. And I saw at the end of the boss he used Envenom, and I'd never seen a rogue use Envenom in TBC. And I said, "Why did you use Envenom?" And he said, "It ignores armor. This is a high armor boss, and he was going to die, and I had deadly poison stacks up on him." And I was like, "That's so smart." It's just one little less than 1% addition that you can make. But he's totally right. You know, it would be the best maneuver, the best move. I did say that I would help this guy in a non-heroic dungeon in my guild, so if he asks, I will. Oh no, maybe it's heroic. Oh shit. We got the belt backfired. I don't know if you saw the debuff there. Didn't give us a shield, and it increases the damage we take. It's alright, good loot requires sacrifices. We got a living ruby, we're happy with that. Assassination is a bit different, and that's what I like about assassination. Yeah, I really enjoy the because I didn't play it in TBC, but I remember it from Wrath, and it's the same principle in terms of combat point generation. You hit mutilate again, and you get 2 combo points or 3 combo points. So you either go to 4 CP or 5 CP, but it doesn't matter whether you're on 4 or 5. You always use your finisher on 4 or 5 instead of getting to 5, and then go back into it again. And it just feels so good being able to use so many finishing moves so quickly. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm definitely going to go Assassination in Wrath, because it'll just be combat all the way through here, right? And just getting to play with daggers again. It's going to be so much fun. Probably also going to play Assassination in Black Temple. It's just annoying to keep up slice and dice. Yeah. Since in Wrath, SND is kept up by using Envenom, but in TBC it doesn't work that way. Yeah, that's such a nice... Well, it is and it isn't. So I do like the convenience of it, but I feel like that was a critical design point in the class that made something very convenient. It's like, okay, if you play Assassination, you don't even have to worry about your rotation. You just get free slice and dice whenever you Envenom or Eviscerate. So you don't have to worry about that. And it made it, like, it dumbed the class down, which makes it more boring and less of a skill cap. So even though it does feel nice not to have to worry about it, I don't think it did the design direction for the class any favors. something that I really enjoyed about, or still enjoy about parsing in TBC with this rogue is ruthlessness rather. That extra combo point. So if I'm not on expose, or even if I am on expose armor duty, let's say I shiv 2-3 times, pop my facility, shiv again, get up to 5 combo points, and then expose armor as soon as possible. I get 1 combo point back often. And then I slice and dice. And then I start pumping straight into getting my rupture up. And then I 5 combo point rupture. And then I get a 1 point and I slice and dice. And it's a gamble. The solid, no risk way to do it is just to get a 3, 4, or 5, ideally, slice and dice off so that you don't have to worry about it. However, I have gotten the 299 parcels that I got on GRUUL, I got using that fishing for the combo point method. And if you do it right and you get the combo point, it's the most satisfying thing ever. Because it just feels so efficient. You don't have to waste a whole 5 combo points. You just get your slice and dice re-upped every time you use your finisher. And you can maximize your finishers. And it feels very satisfying. The problem is when it doesn't work. And then you have to like spend it. Now we got everything, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but also Muti is a huge energy sink, so it's nice to be able to do more envenoms. Yeah, true. Hey, I'm looking forward to playing it either way, big time. Are Dark Runes still Biss in Wrath? Because if they are, with Fan of Knives at 80, we might be able to go into Sholo and like pull the whole place, or a lot of the place. Fan of Knives, infinite energy, everything down, and then just grab all the runes. Let's have a little look. Wrath of the Lich King. Class guides. Paladin Retry. Yep. Well, best is Potion of Speed, Miscellaneous Dark Rune, or Demonic Rune. So Dark Runes are still going to be Biss and Wrath. So we'll figure out some kind of a Sholo spam, infinite energy, kill everything in one fell swoop. Not locked, lovely. Yo, Bad Bone. Thank you for the follow, brother. paddy deposit on the Bog Lord. We're going to forget about that. Okay, they're going away, so this is really, really nice for a pull, actually. Ah, we got to resist. That's so annoying. Yeah, we'll get on the way back. We've got to wait anyway for our boots and our belt. Oh, nice. I think we got the combat chest. If it's unlocked, we'll just click vanish, and if it's not, we'll kill them. It will be so nice to get a blink strike for my second rogue. It is unlocked, so we'll just click vanish it. This is dangerous. Yep, exactly for that reason. I forgot about the gas cloud as well. And there's a lot of wasting in assassination since Envenom is only used above 70 energy. I think we'll switch over to the smaller headphones. When the ears get sore. Oh, I swapped them out. On our third run, and we're almost at 300 gold already. When we get this next chest, if it's got a green in it, it's probably going to be worth like 5 gold. So we'll go up to 70. If it's got a scroll, it's going to be up to 80. We're going to get 6 gold from the chest, or 7 gold. So it's going to be like, yeah, 290, just under 290, 285. And if we get a gem, we're flying. In your opinion, which is better, MT or SV? You mean for gold per hour? Or just like for other reasons? For gold per hour, you can look up there. And that's not an opinion. It's a fact. Facts, brother. We've been running lockouts since the weekend to narrow down and nail down that very question. However, SV requires several consumables. It does, but does it require? Look at the difference between the gold per hour. Does it require that much consumables? No. I use a swim speed potion, which costs me 50 silver. And I use a free action potion, which costs me anywhere from like 150, so that's 2 gold. And I'll use a frost grenade, but I don't always have to use a frost grenade because we don't always do that one. And that's maybe once per run. So we're looking at maybe 20 gold in cons. Now, on servers, different servers, it's different, obviously. But there are ways to do this with minimal consumables. You can use the Azure Silk Belt. You buy it once. That's it. 15 swim speed. So you never have to use a swim speed potion or elixir of water walking. You can do this without NG, but I don't, because it's just much trickier. You can craft these yourself because you're an engineer. And the materials you need to craft it are fell iron casing, which you get from here. But again, yeah, you're eating into your, I get it, like you're eating, but you get to craft 5 of them. But people craft these to level up engineering. And look at the you lose money crafting them. So if you don't want to use frost bombs, you can use fell iron bombs as well. You can use adamantite grenades. They stun as well. They just don't stun for as long. So you can still do it that way with cheaper consumables. And you don't have to use a free action potion. You can just spec into improved sprint and use the PvP trinket. So you can do it with minimal consumes. I just don't, because I'm used to doing it this way and I'm on a PvE server, so these consumables are very cheap. And I don't mind taking a little bit of a hit because I'm making so much money. It's whatever, it doesn't matter too much to me. Is this farm strictly just chests and pickpocketing? Chests and mines, brother. Chests and mines. I don't pickpocket in here anymore. It's not worth it. The chance of getting a gem from picking a pocket and or from a lockbox is around about the same chance as getting one from a mine, which is very rare because you have a chance to get a gem every time you tap the mine. So if you get 3 on average from a normal node, sometimes 2, sometimes 4, you get green gems often, but the blue ones not so much. So we're going to go combat here. And this is a new meta for this chest. we can actually get this with combat. But we're not going to be too hasty like we were yesterday. We're actually going to wait for these to come that way, back that way, and come to here before we go in for the kill. And we need poisons. And we'll use a stamina scroll because they're 3 silver each. And we get 200 health out of it. And now we need to be in the right set. And our gear is good enough now that we can kill these. You send gear chest to be enchanted or sold directly? All the gear that I get out of the chests, I send over to my alt, and I disenchant it. You make a hefty bit more money that way. Everything sells almost instantly, and there's no cost to list the stuff. And enchanting mats just keep going up throughout the expansion. Same with every expansion as the economy grows. And the gold's totals here are the disenchanting value for the item. Okay, I need to focus. I really should have had a thistle tea for this. I don't even have any healing potions. That's really bad. Oh, I just looted one. That's nice. I think we're going to vanish here. And we'll just come back and solar her. But yeah, Thistle Tea would have solved that problem. With the new phase coming out, are you saving gems or selling them now? I'm selling them now. I'm saving haze pots. I'm turning all of my money after selling everything. I just buy haze pots because they're guaranteed to go up. And stocking up also on some demon slaying elixir. I've got 167 of those. Let's kill her. Obviously, it's nicer if you can kill 3 of them at the same time, but this way you don't have to deal with the chest bug where you can't open it sometimes. The cog is grayed out even after you vanish, which is really annoying. And you don't have to deal with lockpick failures. Yeah. What kind of goods am I investing in phase 3? I'm just investing everything in haze pots. I'm not necessarily going to sell them in phase 3. I'm kind of looking at the long game. I want the haze pots for towards Sunwell when they max out in price. Oh shit. I've got whatever it is, 966 haze pots. Let's say it's 1,000. They're 15 gold now. So that's 15,000 gold. But if they go up to 25 gold, then I've just increased the gold per hour for my farm by all of the ones that I bought at this stage in the phase, in the expansion, by 66%. So it seems like a solid bet. Phase 3, I'm not investing. I'll just farm here. It's like almost 400 gold an hour. Like, farm for 5 hours, that's 2k. You can buy whatever you want. You can buy, you know, any, like the new leatherworking bind on equipped bracers that come out next phase. As soon as they go on the auction house, I'll be able to buy them. Like, I will start stocking a bit of gold now and stop investing in haze pots. And enough to buy all the epic gems I want as soon as they go on the auction house. So I can just like get the best numbers as soon as possible. But I'm thinking long term. And I'm stacking my fell iron as well, actually. Stacking fell iron. At some point I'm going to respec into jewel crafting, because NG and jewel crafting are base in Wrath for so many classes, but for rogues as well. So I'm stacking Addy and Fell at the moment, and also in Wrath, because everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. That's locked. We'll do it the old method, since our Blade Flurry, our Adrenaline Rush probably isn't off cooldown yet. Oh, maybe it is. We got a minute on the talents. Let's see if it is, and we'll just kill them. Everybody and their grandmother's going NG for Wrath, and so oh, it's up. Nice. The cost of adamantite bars and fell iron bars is going to go through the roof. Like 4 or 5x. And if you just have stacks of those bars ready at Wrath for when everyone hits 80 and they want to respec, you just like make so much money. So a guy Bendalat in the chat yesterday told me that last Wrath, fell iron bars were selling for 10 gold each. And at the moment, it takes 2. At the moment, the bars, you can craft the bars for less than 2 gold. But that's like long term, right? That's right. After following you, I buy whatever I want. Exactly. It's such a nice way to play the game. Never have to worry about money again. And it's going to get even better next phase, because you'll just get free flasks with Heart of Darkness. So we can save that 75 gold or 150 gold a week. Which is kind of peanuts when you consider that you get more than twice that in an hour here. So 11:30, we're getting ever so closer to the raid. 3 hours, SSC, TK, and GRUUL World Tour. And I'm really, really looking forward to pumping. Just hope I get the hits and crits. Okay, we're up to 300 and probably 50 gold by the time we finish this mine. Unless we get a gem out of it. We got a living ruby from a fell iron ore in here yesterday. And one from a chest. Within 2 runs. Back to back, which is really nice. We're at 350 gold and we've only done 4 runs. So we've got another run left. This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good hour. Our best hour so far since recording this. Now, we had insane hours in the first month because gem prices were so high. And I got more living rubies in here in the first month. If you saw, you've seen the video, obviously. At the end, I break down every single gem and every single item that I got from all 200 chests. And I think it worked out at a 16% chance to get a rare gem from a chest. Something like that. And living rubies were, I think, the gem I got the most living rubies. So I don't know why. Maybe Blizzard like cranks up the dials at the start of an expansion to stimulate the economy and then dials it back a bit. Maybe they do it on the fly, or maybe I just got really lucky. But like my best hours there, I was up like 700-800 gold sometimes with multiple gems. It's insane. But our best hour so far since we started measuring this at the weekend, it was, what was it, 461, I think. Just under 500 gold. No, it couldn't have been. It was 500 and something. 531 maybe, because we got the 2 rubies. Like, not bad for an hour's work. Now, for some reason, since I swapped over to my headphones, I can no longer hear the game sound. It's kind of annoying. So I'm going to restart the client. Team Story, I always watch, but I rarely comment. I just observe while playing games with your stream running on my 3rd monitor. That's such a nice thing to hear. Because I love to do that as well, have 2 things going at the same time when I'm not streaming. And it's just like a background vibe, whatever the other thing is I'm watching. So the fact that I'm your background vibe is a great honor to me, and I appreciate very much that you mentioned that. All right, I'm going to restart the client. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Now we have sound again. I feel like I'm like on one of those safari tours when a really rare breed of animal comes out and it's like, oh my god, look, it's a lurker. They've never been seen before. Look at this one. That's what you're like to me now, Team Story. Like someone who's always been hiding in the background, and then the bushes rustle, and it's like, look, it's over there. Team Story 458. Lurker spotting. But mate, these increased loading times since the update are brutal. Absolutely brutal. There we go. Okay, it's not locked. That's nice. Yes. Amzo bud. Do you ever get the caster female Naga that resets early? Yes. I had that happen to me yesterday on this pack here. And so my solution to that was I marked her. It was this one here. This one. She was still waiting at the chest when I got back. So I just marked her with a skull. And then when I pulled again, I made sure I pulled her. And when I pulled her, it didn't happen again. So if you do get that happen, just make sure you know which mob is still there and make sure that's the one you actually pull. I don't know if it's going to continue to work or if I just got lucky or whatever, but now I need to swap spec. Now I need to wait for 20 seconds or so, so maybe I do this. Ah, missed it. Is it possible to kill the chest mobs with blue gear? No. You can on the 8th chest, the last chest. You can sap one and then just burn one guy down and then vanish and you can open the chest, no problem. Or you can combat, Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush and kill them both. But you really, really want to have some decent weapons. If only one stays, I just sap loot. You can't loot chests when you're in combat though. But can you, if you sap and she's beside the chest, doesn't that put you in combat? Maybe it doesn't. I don't remember. You could be right. But on chest 8, you can sap the guy furthest away for sure. But I mean on chest 8, if it's unlocked, you just click vanish it. That's kind of annoying, but I think we can still get away with it. Yeah, nice one. Oh no, because I reset the client, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Let's just click back through the stream, but it's just an annoyance. Nah, no big deal. Yeah, it requires prep to vanish after, but I only do the mining, gas cloud, and swim resets on the second chest. It's too much effort for the first. It's too much effort until it isn't. Once you get it down, it's honestly a bit of a cakewalk. I mean, sure, things can go wrong, but the money, I can't leave chests behind because I know how much they're worth if you get the right gems out of them. You cannot get the god tier, you know, 5 plus, maybe 600 gold chests, or in the right phase, like 700 or 800 gold lockouts. You can't get them unless you get both chests. Oh, okay. I got Noble Topaz, Living Ruby, blue item in one chest the other day. That's nice. That's nice. Instant screenshot. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I haven't gotten the Holy Grail yet, which is a double ruby chest. But plenty of people have and clipped them and or shot at it and then stuck it in the Rogues Diary Discord. So there's a scatter of them in there now. I'm still waiting for it. I got a double Dawnstone chest once. And it was okay when Dawnstones were still like, 50 or 60 gold. But the double ruby chest is the Holy Grail. Riding a luck wave, just pickpocketed a living ruby and got a Dawnstone from the junk box. Wow, in the same run. Wow. Crendog. Nice, nice. Mate, everyone's having some luck today. I got 2 living rubies. One from the last chest in Mana Tombs, and we called it. And one from the second run here. So yeah, really, really, really nice day of farming. And we're not as dog shit today as we were the last 4 days because we hadn't farmed this in 2 months. We were traveling around Europe and doing MT was just more convenient. And I wanted to get footage for the MT video. So when I came back in here, like last weekend, I was making all kinds of rookie mistakes and dying a lot. But we're kind of back on good form now tonight. That's it, right? Yeah, that's Hearthstone. 11:45, 2 hours. 2 hours and some change until raid. Are you holding Ench items for phase 3? I'm not. Because I grind so much, because I gold farm so much, and I love it. Number one, I mean, between my characters and the things that I'm already, I don't have bank space. I mean, that's bullshit. I mean, I have loads of level 1 alts. I could make the bank space. I just don't want to bother holding all the stuff. I just sell it as soon as I get it. Yeah, we should really start stacking gold now instead of buying haze pots, I think. I think I'll sell all this Addy, actually. Although, no, it's 216. It was 275 the other day. So let's not do that. Okay, let's sort that out for the start. Two greater planar essence from a pair of boots that would have sold for like 2 gold or 3 gold. This is why we disenchant. And you can get large prismatic shards from the greens as well. It's rare. 2 greater planar essence again from some boots. Another 2. That's a really lucky run. Wow. Look at that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 greater planar essence from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items that probably cost on average 3 gold each. So 20 gold we turned into 50 almost. Nice. Scrolls the spirit up to almost 180 again. And Agi, oh wow, almost 12 gold for Agi 5. Savage. Savage. Fair enough. Yeah. Just sell it as I get it. The other thing is if I sell it now and I get the gold, I can turn it into haze pots, which are definitely going to increase by at least 25%. Sorry, at least 33% and maybe 66%. Level alt can disenchant TBC gear, yes. Actually, level 35, I believe, is what you need. So you just get your alt up to 35 and then... And yeah, just invest a little bit of gold. What is going on with my bank? Yo. Keep farming till raid time. What are we at? 12? Probably. I'll keep streaming. I'll probably just stream straight through. I might take a break to go and have a smoke or something. That's very weird. I don't know why they're not sorting, but whatever. It'll fix itself once we relog. Now, did I get all the things on my list done? I respec'd into Abyss Swords, I bought Shifting Night Sight, and I have the Greater Inscription of the Blade in my bank. And all the gems and enchants I need for if I get either of the items. Oh, I forgot about the Belt of 100 Deaths, actually. If I win that, I'll need to gem that too. And I believe we're just going for 2 more Rigid Dawnstones. Well, I guess we're going to figure out if the log out, log in is going to fix the bank trick. Buy 2 more Rigid Dawnstones and good to go. Yeah. Enchant 275 can disenchant. Yep. That's my enchanting at 279. Yeah. The only thing you can't disenchant are epics. I think you need 295 or 300 for that. Two on there, almost like a prophecy, like a premonition, just 2 sitting there waiting for me. If we get Bloodsea Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger, either of those are fine. We don't need both, we only need one. If we get one of those and Belt of 100 Deaths and DST in this run, the dream, the absolute dream. We had 2 blink strikes at one stage. I thought that for harp spec it might be good to go 2 blink strikes because we don't need the fast offhand. Well, for poisons it's still good, but our poison damage isn't that much. What we really want the fast offhand for is for combat potency procs, but we also want it for sword spec procs. So I thought with harp and hemo, 2 blink strikes might actually be, well, it'd be fun more than anything because you could get a god tier proc and then you could get a double god tier proc, which is just like universe ending strikes. Anyway, we sold the other one. We do have the 2 Bis daggers. We were going to go muty at some point, but we didn't bother. And I got the Ferrari, guys. We went into Anchorage. I went into Anchorage 2 weeks ago to try and pick up Badge of the Swarm Guard. We didn't get it, but one of these dropped and we won it. So you get an achievement in Wrath, I think, for having it. And it looks, when you're in the dungeon, the red one with this with this Mog set. It looks absolutely insane. So that was nice. Alright, enough shiting. Let's get some super healing potions because we do have some combat chests. Actually, let's not. We're going into mana tombs, we don't need them. Midnight. With the money we're making, I just should have, instead of specking into my BIS combat spec for the raid, I should have specced into Harp for these hours of farming and then just respect. It would have been 100 gold, but yeah, whatever, we'll do it after the raid. We're good on poisons. Do we have flash powder? Yeah. Yeah, we're flying. Alright, gonna go for a quick smoke and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yo. We'll do these 5 runs and then I'll flick through the stream and find the values for the last SV and MT and then update them. Nicotine patches are in the mail. They're going to arrive tomorrow or the next day. Hopefully by Monday next week, the ligament or tendon or whatever it is in my leg that's strained or sprained or whatever it is will be nicely healed. We'll be off the fags and we're going to go full bore into the training. Come on, Blizzard. Wow, really taking his time. Ah, the soft res link is up. Nice one. Do that after. Noble Topaz, first one, maybe. Ah, one call for the evening is good enough. Kelvin, I2P1I. Are you farmer gold or do real money transfer? Oh no, I mean gold farmer all the way. I have never bought or sold gold in World of Warcraft. I've never had... actually, I did make a second account when I got banned in the pre-patch for 10 days. But this... I discontinued that as soon as I got this one back. It was just to make content for the pre-patch farm for Spinesever. And this account I've had since 2006. I understand a lot of people don't have time to farm. And if you want to be really competitive, like the top end guilds, buying gold is... I mean, it's not a must if you have the time to farm it, but it's pretty much standard for a lot of guilds. So I get it. Whatever, it is what it is. But I haven't ever. Okay, we got 45 seconds here. This is one of those instances where I will pickpocket, but I'm waiting for Blade Flurry to come off cooldown. TBC, excuse me. TBC is much easier to make gold compared to Classic. Yes. In general, but in Classic, as a rogue, we have incredible stealth farms as well. Diremol East, Herbalism, Ghost Mushrooms, Dreamfoil, Grom's Blood. You kill the satyrs on the way through the dungeon. There's 2 chests. They can drop various greens and traveler's backpacks. The satyrs that you kill as you move through the dungeon drop Fellcloth, and the Dreamfoil you use to craft major mana potions, which are the best potion, and they just keep going up in value throughout the expansion. So that's a really good one. The GRUUL farm is incredible. That was my first video. How to solo stealth farm every single vein in GRUUL. There's 4 in there, but there's 24, I think, possible spawn locations. Now, you wouldn't get every one of them because some of them just aren't worth it for the effort you have to put in. But you get arcane crystals out of that, and it's an instance farm, so there's no open world competition. If you have if you have engineering and mining, you can do all sorts of shenanigans to get the veins. That's super easy. Another way to do it is to be herbalism and mining, and then you just get the veins that are easy to get, and then you herb all the herbs in there, and you get Bloodvine, and you sell those for a fortune. So GRUUL is an amazing gold farm as well. Then there's the Silithus tunnels farm, where you have all the elite bugs down in Silithus, and you have those ooze covered veins, which give you arcane crystals as well. And you sneak down there as a rogue in the tunnels, and you need pretty good gear to kill them, but you don't have to kill them, because once you get to the vein, most of the veins are like safe. You know, there aren't any bugs around it, but there's a couple of veins where there are, and in that case, you open with Cheap Shot and immediately tap the vein, and then that's one tap, and then Cheap Shot breaks, and then you blind the mob, and then you get 2 taps or 3 taps, and then you gouge, and you have improved gouge, so it's 5.5 seconds, and then you get another 1 or 2 taps, and then you just vanish and go on to the next vein. think probably my favorite. Yeah, probably. I'm not going to say my favorite. I like them all for different reasons. But a really good one to do at the start is the Lower Blackrock Spire farm. You stealth into Lower Blackrock Spire. I'm going to gouge him. Wait for Singe to come off. Now I'm going to blind him. And then bandage. You go into Lower Blackrock Spire. You sneak down to where there's pyromancers. And they have a chance to drop the recipe for Greater Fire Protection Potion, which is BIS for Molten Core and BWL. And if you're one of the first people on the server to get that, and you craft them, you make a fortune. They also drop the pattern for tailoring, Robe of the Archmage. DPS Jim, thank you for the follow, brother. They also drop the pattern Robe of the Archmage, which is BIS in Phase 1 and Phase 2 Classic for mages. And while as the expansion, or as the first phase continues, more and more people level up and more of those come on the auction house because, you know, it's LBRS, it's not difficult. But if you zoom to 60 and you do that farm and you can sell some of the first Greater Fire Protection Potions for hundreds, like the recipe for hundreds of gold. And the Archmages as well for hundreds of gold. And the drop rate isn't that bad. So that's a really, really fun one to do at the very start if you want to make a lot of money. And of course, then you have your PV. If you're on a PvP server, you can do your Devilsaur Mafia, Devilsaur Leather, robbing other people's kills. You go down to Ongoro, you look at Hunters and Mages who solo a Devilsaur. And there's a moment, you kill the Devilsaur, and you can't skin it until you loot it, as you know. And there's a moment where you sneak up, and well, you can do it on a PvE server as well, I suppose. You sneak up and you wait for whoever killed the mob to crouch down to loot it, and then you just blind them if they're opposite faction, or spam click skin. And as soon as they've looted it, you get the skin in first and you rob it. Now, I've never done that. It's a little bit scummy, but that was, if you're first to market with Devilsaurs, all of the melee DPS need the Devilsaur set, and you just get rich super quick. RFD, Herb plus Ench's BIS, shards sell like crazy. It's a very good one. I don't know about BIS, but it's a very good farm. Yeah. It's the small Radiant shards, I think. And yeah, Grave Moss, of course, is hard to come by. And yeah, that is a good one. It's a very chill one. But I was working on Dire Maul East solo rogue, killing the second boss and killing the last boss, last classic round. And I managed to kill the second boss solo as a rogue in Phase 1. But the last boss was just too difficult. But I think after Phase 2, once you're like full BWL gear, I never did it, but I'd be pretty confident that it's possible to solo as a rogue and get into that last tunnel and mine those Pathfinders. That's nice. That's an LPS. And one of my favorite farms, it's not an end game gold farm, but it's a fresh server farm. If you're ever on a WoW Classic fresh server at launch and you go rogue, you get to level 30 and you go Blade Flurry. And I wouldn't advise going in at 30, but you could if you wanted. You sneak into Scarlet Monastery Library. You sneak up into the courtyard, and there's packs of non-elite ghosts in there. And you can kill those packs, 3 packs of ghosts, quite easily. And they drop shitloads of silk cloth, which you can just vendor. There's a chest on the left. There's another chest spawn on the right, possibly. It's going to be one of those 2. There's another chest down in the crypt that you can get. So you can get at least 1 chest in every instance, in every lockout. And the 3 rare spawns you can solo. And they drop some really nice gear for the rogue. Iron Spine drops a ring with like 9 stamina, 4 agility or strength or something like that. It's really, really good. He drops maces, one-handed mace that's not unique, so you can wear 2 of them. And when you equip 2 of those, your Blade Flurry and your Sinister Strikes absolutely clobber. You get the Ghost Shard Talisman neck, 9 stamina, 4 spirit from Ashir the Sleepless. You can solo all of the rare elites, get the chests, and the chests can drop the Butcher, which is base like level 26 sword for rogue. It's just insane. You stay in there and you just grind it. Once you get the chests and you kill the rare spawn, you just keep killing the non-elite ghosts for green items and silk. And you get to 12 minutes, you go out, you reset, and you go again. And you can level up to 40 doing that. And when you get to 40, you've got more than enough money to buy your mount. It's a really, really cool farm to do as a rogue when you're leveling up. It's not like base for power leveling quickly, but it's worth doing. It's worth doing. Shards sell like crazy. You need them for water, for walking speed and fire. Yeah. Yeah, massive market. Massive market. Is Kara the only good one in Wrath of the Lich King? It's probably the best one, but I have a few ideas. So we're definitely going to be doing having some fun trying to develop new farms in Wrath. I mean, I just checked wowtbc.gg for Wrath consumables, and Dark Runes are still a base consumable. So going into Sholomance as a level 80 rogue with Fan of Knives Infinite Energy, I reckon probably we'll be able to pull like half the instance. And for example, this and this together with my evasion gives me 110% dodge. I don't even need this anymore because I have so much agility, but you have over 100% dodge basically. So you pull everything and then you stack it all up on top of you, just like Kara, for example. And then you just Fan of Knives and burst everything down. And you Cloak of Shadows and maybe a little bit of Shadow Res, possibly. If there's some Shadow Reflect trinkets in Wrath, I don't know, I need to look into it. We'll be able to farm Dark Runes as well. It's probably not going to be as good as Kara, almost certainly not going to be as good as Kara, but it'll be fun. Oh, mate, Classic Plus. I can't wait. I'm not sure if there are any other content creators doing specifically gold farms for rogues or instance farms for rogues the way that I am. I'm not sure. If there are, you could let me know. But it's definitely my niche, and that's what I love to do, raiding and gold farming. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to how the talents, trinkets, on-use items, mechanics, pathing, all of the different aspects that make up the design of a farm and how to go about exploiting, I suppose, or finding the vulnerabilities in the system so that you can get to the assets. I love it. Absolutely love it. So Classic Plus is going to be so much fun for that. I can't wait. What are you mining there, though? Looking forward to seeing them. Yeah, me too. Thorium, arcane crystals, herbs, black lotus, dream foil. In flames. What did you make? Yeah, Silithus mining herb got me so much gold. Yeah. Kara just raw gold. No, most of the gold from Kara comes from the green items you get from the Kara mobs. You send them to a disenchanting alt and you sell the enchanting mats. And even though they're enchanting mats from the previous expansion, they sell really well continually throughout the expansion. So you get raw gold, you get cloth, and you get greens. Just like what we're doing here. Send all the greens over, disenchant them, sell the enchanting stuff. I guess the market is better on Horde then. Yeah, the first one I saw around here. I played Alliance on Thunderstrike, Silithus. Okay, I'll definitely have a look at that. Yeah. Are we going to get a worm chest? Or are we going to get a tomb chest? It's a worm chest. $83 seconds on stamina. Right, let's get this done before our stamina runs out. You want to tab? You want to get them down to low? Tab. Evasion. And then right at the end, we want a cloak and blade flurry. What I did on Thunderstrike Anniversary Part 1 when I got to level 60, straight to Silithus, the zone was empty because everyone and their mother was busy farming their pre-bis, yes. They'll sell super well on, because on LK you can sell Ench on AH, so it's good to have. Oh yeah, and Lich King, yeah, you can sell enchants. Right, yeah, you put them on a parchment or whatever. So it's good to have enchant at the top level. Well, for my main, which is this guy, I know already what I'm gonna be engineering jewel crafting to parse. But I might get an alt up just for well, I'm gonna have a DK as well. But the DK is gonna be NG jewel crafting as well. To be honest, like you can go inscription and you can get the early rare scripts and make a load of money that way. But if you can have the BIS, PvE, DPS professions, which is jewel crafting and engineering, and with those professions you can still have the best gold farm in the game, then whatever we need we'll just buy. Darkmoon Car Greatness, buy it. You know, Librarian's Paper Cutter, Pre-Raid Bis, Dagger, buy it. You know, anything you want, everything you want, just buy it. hold on to Lotus and Crystals until later phases when Crystals went up to 80 gold a pop and Lotus. Phase 6 Arcane Crystals went up to 120 because of the Nax achievement. Yes. Yes. That's the long game. That's the long game for sure. But what I like about TBC actually, that's not really the same in Wrath, is to eat something. In TBC they have profession specific items for each class generally that are not BIS but close to BIS, like Belt of Deep Shadow for example, and they have new ones each phase. So that gives you something to save up gold for. I remember in Classic when I was grinding gold, I got to a point where I had like whatever 5 or 6k gold. I was like, there's literally nothing I can buy. Why do I keep grinding? There's nothing I'm saving up for. And then you think, okay, I can save up for TBC, but it's so far away. Phase by phase upgrades that you can buy, new gems, new near BIS items, keeps gold farming really exciting because you have something to look forward to, a reason to spend your gold. Okay, we actually scuffed that one because we're not in combat. But are they selling that well now? Arcane Crystals, yeah. They're flying off the shelves like hotcakes. Now you can pick them up now for like, I don't know, 20 bucks or something, 20 gold. Ah. It was the blacksmiths that make Arcanite bars. No, it's alchemy. Where the hell are Arcanite bars? Transmute, top right. Oh, Jesus Christ. 7 gold, there you go. Peanuts. Sap can proc your Warp Spring Coil to give you perceived weakness, which is so nice in here. Starting off your burst with 1000 armor pen, just melt through the mobs like. Can't you just click on the mining profession to see arcane crystals? I don't think so. Maybe though. Brother, you play without nameplates, I'm calling WoW 911. Old school. To be honest, when they did the update there, I integrated the new nameplates Oh my god, don't tell. Oh my god. Shameful shit. It's our first death though in a while, in a few hours, isn't it? I don't think we've died at all today. No, we died a couple of times because we got a belt backfire. And yeah, we've been going non-stop for almost 5 hours. And we got raid in 2 hours. Probably if I want to try and parse, which I am going to parse. Probably better that I do take a bit of a break before raid, so I might have like a power nap or something. Yeah, very close. We're only on our third mana teams run, Jesus. Kind of convenient that you can destroy stuff from your bags when you're dead. Not that we really need to sell it. Okay, let's put the nameplates back up because I did actually enjoy that. Especially when you're in raid and you're like, let's say you're in SSC and all those murlocs before you get to Morrogrim and you have to kill the warriors first. And you're trying to find where your target is, and the screen is just an absolute chaos mess of blizzards and arcane explosions and stuff on the ground and animations. It's kind of hard to know which way you should be facing. Noogie Knight, Arcanite bars are Alec transmutes Arcanite Gem. So I just noticed, I'm sure I've seen it obviously subconsciously throughout the years, but for the first time I actually like consciously focused and looked at this and noticed there's 2 skulls down here. I know that seems wild, but when the loading screen obviously doesn't last this long. That's probably why I just started seeing it. But normally your eye is drawn into the middle of the picture or up here. And you're kind of looking at this, or you're looking at this, or you're kind of looking around here. But I just noticed, and there's a skeleton up here. And another head there. And I'd never noticed that before. Come on, Blizzard. Thank you. Ah, nameplates, right. Okay, let's try that. Did we reset? Oh no, we died. Nice. I don't like to have names. I just like it minimalist. It's like more immersion in the world. Having names over mobs. Because you can see it in the tooltip anyway. That's just me. It's refreshing to see me die. Not because I enjoy it, but because it makes me feel better about dying when I'm farming an SV. Exactly, brother. Exactly. More relatable and true. Ah, okay. For some reason, I had in my mind that there was a chest here. We don't normally do combat in SOT. Okay, I do like these nameplates. I like them small and clean and minimal, but I do like having my debuffs on them as well. Blue gem, noble topaz. I'll take 4 motes of fire. That's always nice. Oh, I got a knight's eye. I'll take it. Yeah, definitely more deaths in SV, brother. Definitely than MT. There's way more stuff that can go wrong. Much less margin for error. But the shenanigans pulls in SV, there's just something about them that's so satisfying. Oh no, I don't want that. First chest into double vein is so nice in SV. Yeah. That's the most satisfying pull when you can get it off. Really nice. The blue gems are now as shit as the green ones. They sell for 4 gold 50 on the Alliance side. Yes, Cloud, but I have a hunch that they're going to jump back up again, because when everybody gets, all the tanks get their new gear in the next phase, a lot of them aren't going to be able to afford to stack them all with epic stamina gems. So they'll buy up blues to fill out what they can't afford. And a lot of people just won't. I think it's something like 20% better. Yeah, it's 8 hit from a rigid Dawnstone, and the next Dawnstone up is 10. So it's a 20% increase in stat for something like, I don't know how much they're going to cost, but I assume on launch the 10 hit gems are probably going to be like 100 at least, or 150 gold. So that's like what? 3,000% increase for 20% increased stat. So a lot of people just do the math and they're like, I'm not paying that, and just go with the blues anyway. They'll go back to shit anyway at some point, but I think that the Star of Elune might jump up a bit at the start of the phase. Another worm chest. Sound. I don't have any poisons on. Let's get that sorted. Epic gems cost 1 to 2k each first week last time around. On PvP servers, maybe on PvE servers they should be a bit less. But the other thing is we don't have to worry too much, because I'm probably going to do midnight raid with the guild. And you're not going to have any epic, like on launch, you're not going to have any epic gems in that batch. Or you're doing, you're going in as soon as, so epic gems aren't going to be in your first raid. And then you don't actually have to buy them and equip them until your next raid. So you've got a week. The first day, they're always insane. And, obviously they drop across the week as people do more raids, but... So yeah, I'm just going to wait until the following Monday or Tuesday to buy, and hopefully they've dropped by then. But I will most certainly be buying epic gems for every single available slot on that Tuesday or Monday. Thank you for calling me out on my no nameplates. I never had nameplates before, but once they integrated Plater into the new UI, I tried it out and I did actually like it. And I like the way these look. They're nice and clean. I like having the mob health exactly over the top and my buffs. It's pretty good. I hope we can figure out some ways a rogue community to farm Hygel for nodes. I was thinking about that. I don't know if they spawn. I don't know if they don't spawn in until the certain event has happened, or you can't get to the area, but they're there. If you can't get to the area and they're there, we have a chance. Because I could figured out how to shadow step through the door in UBRS in order to solo farm Fellstriker in phase 1. So if we can do some shadow step shenanigans, we might be able to glitch through some terrain and get up there and get those veins, which would be super nice. Okay, when we have double dark casters like this, then I'll sap the priest and burst them down. No, weak auras? No. I have had weak auras in the past. And they can be very useful for bars for tracking your slice and dice and tracking your rupture and your DOTs for seeing when they're coming off. But I don't know, I kind of old school. I like to keep it as close to the old UI, just strip it down and make it more minimal. And this way I can see my stuff over here. It's not very big, but it's kind of enough for me. Actually, I tell a lie, I have weak auras here. But I just got it as a kind of requirement for certain things in the raid that we don't use anymore. I wonder if we'll be able to, probably not, but I wonder if Blizzard will, when they release Wrath, leave the old snapshotting mechanic in, where you could just your gargoyle would scale its damage off your haste and your attack power, so you just pop every single haste and attack power thing you can get your hands on, and then summon your gargoyle. There were gargoyles in phase 1 of Wrath last time it released. There were gargoyles in the raid doing more damage than real players in raids with good players in them. That's how insane it was. Blizzard patched it, but I wonder if they'll let it run for old times this time. I'm super pumped to play on Holy Death Knight, like fully this time around. There's a Chinese player who modified his own build where you play in Unholy spec all the time. Whereas I think the meta at the time was you were in Blood and then you swapped to Unholy at some point in the rotation and then back to Blood or something like that. But this guy parsed the highest of any DK in the world and he was in Unholy the whole time, which is super interesting because Unholy feels so fun to play because you get movement speed increase and you get your global cooldown increase as well, so you can just bang out way more. It's way more dynamic to play. $283 gold. That's from the from the night's eye we found. We still got one left. What's our average for MT at the minute? 279. So yeah, it's good. Matt the Slab, bro. It is good to hear from you again. It's good to see that name back in the chat, I have to say. Brings a smile to my face. Yo, Rogue, I finally caught one of the streams. Welcome back. I heard about the Talon of Ashara and Scale of the Sands ring tragedy. Sorry about that. Yeah. It's all good. I mean, the Scale of the Sands ring isn't a big deal. We can just get to Exalted and then switch it over, right? And it's not that big a deal in terms of DPS. These two rings are still really good in phase 3. The next two rings are very minor, like they're 10 DPS, so it's not the end of the world. And the Scale of the Sands ring isn't even BIS, I believe. I did the Sims already. Interestingly, the BIS ring, the ring I replaced this one with, the top BIS ring, is BIS now with this gear. But when I replaced my Band of the Ranger General with the gear that I have now, with the second BIS ring, it was actually a DPS loss. So the second BIS ring, when you equip it with full phase 3 BIS, it's a DPS gain over this ring. It's just about stat weightings and how they work off one another. It's weird, but like I do trust the Sims. Bro, Jesus. Yeah, Band of the Eternal Champion, yeah. So this one is actually a DPS loss over Band of the Ranger General at the moment with my gear. So I'm not worried about it. This one is BIS. And this one is about the same, gives you about the same as what we already have now. Now that will change depending on what gear setup you have and your stat values, stat weightings, but they're not that far between each other. So I'm not too worried. Once I get to Exalted, I'll switch it over. And by then it'll probably be, it might still be a few DPS lower than Ranger General, or I might have enough gear that it complements it enough to be a gain. So no big deal. But the Talon of Ashara, that was very tilting. How did you hear about that? Watching the VOD from the stream a couple of days ago. Yeah. I'm happy now I've got my Talon, and it's a story to tell, you know, but Christ, I was tilted. It's all good. We're going to get Belt of 100 Deaths tonight. We're going to get Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger. Raid is in an hour and a half. And most importantly, another worm chest. Wow, we're going to get DST. It's happening. It's happening. I can feel it. I can feel it in my eyebrows. It's coming. DST. Oh, nice one. We got the armor pen proc straight away. Really nice. If you are low on health, you can always just, if you have less gear, create the distance and because they're all pretty low, you can generally kite them around and just plink them one by one if you have to. How are you doing, Matt? Still listening to banging out some Infected Mushroom. How's things over in the West? I'm living in China now, brother. So we're on opposite ends of the earth. Still jamming and pumping. Love to hear it. Love it. We need to wait a minute for Blade Flurry to come off cooldown, so just rob these guys. Until that happens, and then we'll bail. Got 4 characters at 70 now that I raid, so I stay busy. No way, man. Yeah, that's busy. I couldn't, bro. The quest line in Shadowman Valley to get exalted at the Black Temple on 4 characters. Doing the Arcatraz heroic one 4 times. That's a nightmare. Well, that didn't work as intended, but we're going to go for it anyway. Darkcaster first. $3K. Look at this burst. 2.7, 2.6. 2.3K. That was tasty. That was tasty burst. Hey, maybe we should just do that from now on. Nah, because if you don't get the good burst, you're in trouble. But I don't think we need to sap anymore, to be honest. As long as you take the Darkcaster out first, the other 2 aren't much of a problem. LPS, lovely. That was a waste. Achievements are account wide now, so you only have to do it once. Yes and no. I don't know, our guild updated. I didn't read it too much because I only have this character. But I think there's a caveat to that. Oh, that's it. It's in order to get the Legion of Caribor neck that gives you 30 shadow res and allows you to portal to the Black Temple. You need to finish the Black Temple quest line. So you might get it, you might be attuned, but you won't be able to get that shadow res neck. Because of Amulet of Caribor. So you get Amulet of Caribor on all the characters? Or no? Okay, maybe I misread my guild update. It was a big long paragraph, and when I skim read it, I basically just said more work for more alts. And I kind of just rubbed my hands together and went back to gold farming. A little bit messy at the end, but we got there. All right. 380 gold. Let's get the calculator out. MT 279. It's gonna be 279 again, right? Multiply by 9 plus 280 equals 2791 divided by 10. 279.1. So it's staying the same. 10. Let me jump on YouTube, scroll back through the stream and find the last SV where we got that beautiful living ruby. Okay, we're up to 267, 279, 305, 349.90, so 350, almost 350 exactly. $350 and 64, so 414 plus 66 silver, so we round up 415 gold from the last SV. 415, so 381 multiplied by 9 plus, what did we say, 415 divided by 10. 384.4, so we'll round it down. Those are the current standings now. 50 runs of Manitombs and 50 runs of Steam Vault. Manitombs is 280 gold an hour and Steam Vault is 385, basically. But you know yourself, gems can swing that a lot. So we just need more data. Now I want to get rid of all those target frames as well. Clean this up. Clean up this screen. I'm just going to assume that the content is so heavily nerfed again that you don't need much shadow res or any at all. For Mother Shiraz, you're definitely going to need some. Because tanks still needed Frost and Nature Res. They still need their sets for SSC. And it's basically like that for us, where we just get targeted, so you definitely will need it. However, there is the strat where you use the Pendant of Shadow's End on your neck, you use the NG boots, and as a rogue you use Cloak of Shadows. You macro them all together. When you get teleported, you hit it. The Pendant absorbs shadow damage. The Cloak doesn't remove the debuff, but it mitigates incoming damage and reduces it, and your boots just burst forward so you can get away from the other two fast enough to break the chains. And if you get unlucky enough to get hit with it again, then you have a second macro, which is your belt, 9 vulnerability belt, 4000 damage. Although if it backfires, you're in trouble because you take more damage. You're definitely going to die. The 9 vulnerability belt, sprint, and some kind of shadow protection potion that absorbs shadow damage. And then all you need then is your neck, your boots, and your belt, and you can go full DPS set for the rest of it. But it's not really advised if you're learning how to do the fight or you don't really have it down. It's more for when you're pretty confident with how it works and it's not lasting that long. My guild still uses some SR for progression though. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, everybody kind of should be using SR. That's more of a min-maxi strat when, yeah. I always see the orbs there, these ones. I always forget about them because they don't really look like an item to me. Okay. Now they're up to nearly 13 gold. Yeah, Wednesdays are definitely the best days to sell raid cons. Honestly, if I was a little bit more patient, I should just save all of these. The scrolls at least. The enchanting mats, maybe you get some back in the mail because after a week of farming, you'd have an awful lot of enchanting mats to put on the auction house. But the scrolls, at least, you could get probably the difference between selling them on a peak, like now, where they're almost 13 gold, and selling them off peak, where they're less than 10 gold. That's like 30% extra value. No, I'm not selling the Addy. Wow. Okay. That's pretty expensive, but I'm gonna buy them anyway. So I was selling those for 5 gold each in the pre-patch. Super healing potions. $966. What does McBacon have? 38. 928. So I need 72 more to hit 1,000 and have McBacon's left for raid tonight. $14 stacks. How's acclimating to China been? English speaker friendly as far as getting food and groceries? Well, I live in the Kung Fu Academy, so everything is bought and paid for here. I get fed in the morning. Breakfast is at 7:30, and then we have lunch at 12, and then dinner's at 6. However, getting stuff, no. When you get into China, they have the Great Firewall. So you literally, it's the strangest experience ever. You literally open up your phone and Google doesn't work. You need to get a VPN, but you have to usually get it outside the country because they won't let you download it in the firewall. It's heavily censored, I suppose, controlled. When you do download Alipay and WeChat Pay, the apps, they're all in Chinese. There's a translate option, but it doesn't work for every page. So it's difficult to navigate them. I just get the guy that works at the shop here to buy things on Taobao, which is like Chinese, Amazon. English speaking, the Shifus here, the masters don't speak English, and neither do the coaches. There's a translator who speaks English for the coaches, which makes explaining positions, moves, reasons why you want to be moving that way very difficult. So you're kind of blind in the sense that they just tell you what movements to make and you make them without really understanding why. But that's fine. The weather has been brutal. It's historically the hottest it's ever been by 5 degrees in 10 years. So at nighttime, it's been 30 degrees outside at night for the last 10 days. And in my room on the second floor, it's 35 degrees and there's no aircon. So, and there's no aircon in any of the rooms in the academy. So nobody is sleeping properly. Everybody's waking up, getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and then going down and wrecked from training. So they just told us this week, if you're too tired to train, just take the time off and rest, because this won't last very long. So there's rain coming this weekend, thank God. So that will cool everything down. Everybody's bitching and fighting and whinging at each other and giving out about different things. One fella sent unsolicited dick pics to some of the chicks here, and then blamed it on another guy with the same skin color as him, and nobody knew who it was. And then he started accusing him of being a pedo, and it was just really bad. So the guy that was being accused rang the other guy's parents, and he's like, your son has done this, and this, and you need to sort it out. He also owes me a load of money. And so the guy's uncle rang him today and absolutely went through him, just absolutely fucked him out of it. And now the guy has to go around apologizing to everybody. That's just one micro drama of about a dozen micro dramas. The place is split into two cliques of like the much younger people and the older people who don't want to clean up after them. And the younger people are making noise at night and running around and leaving the place in a mess. And then the older people are not dealing with that very well. They're not being patient or tolerant. They're being passive aggressive and calling them toddlers. And then the younger people are just like trolling them and like laughing and making Michael Jackson song memes about the posts they're putting up, trying to be serious because everybody's wrecked. And the discipline kind of went out the window when one of the masters left here in March, and he was the heart and soul of the place in terms of like the discipline and spirit. Apparently a few months ago, if you got caught like out at night, like walking around, or you left the place after curfew, which is 10 p.m, you'd get caned. Like they come and hit you with a stick. And I don't mind that kind of discipline. I kind of came here for that kind of rigid structure. And now when that guy, the main guy, left, there's been a bit of a power vacuum, and the school has decided to focus more on kind of like what Blizzard did with the game, when instead of holding up standards of the difficulty of play, the time it takes to level, all of the things that are difficult and hard to do but are very rewarding at the end of it, they've dumbed everything down and placated to the mediocre masses. And so the people who really want it hard or want structure and want discipline and routine aren't really getting it. And the people who just want to like be lazy or slack off and not really give a shit are kind of getting what they want. And if the school doesn't capitulate to their demands, they'll put up bad reviews. So it's just like there's a lot of that going on. So I landed into this like 2 weeks ago, and having heard from older students who've been here for like a year or who have come back and were here a couple of years ago, like a lot of them have said it's a completely different place now than it was like even 2 years ago, and it's kind of falling apart. And so at first I was very cynical about that because I paid for 6 months up front. But I was sitting in my room and I was thinking about it, and I thought, listen, you're here for 6 months. The training is kicking the shit out of you. It's really difficult. You're unfit. You're still smoking. Get off the fags. Keep doing the training. Just do whatever it is that they are doing here and get your 6 months done and get into really, really good shape. 6 months is enough time for me to go from where I am now to where I want to be in terms of just baseline physical fitness, strength, power, and I can get all those things here. I don't need super technical maneuvers. I don't need, like really high level stuff because I'm not ready for that yet. I just need to get the basics down, and 6 months is plenty of time to get that. So once this heat wave breaks and the rains come and cool down the temperature and cool down the tempers of all the people here, and I get on the nicotine patches and off the fags and get into the rhythm and the flow of it, everything's going to be okay. And all that drama and all those people with all their problems are outside of my world. I'm just going to focus on my training and not get sucked into it. And I'm not going to absorb the cynicism of people who are whinging and complaining because they're unhappy in their own lives. I'm happy in my life. I'm super grateful for where I am, and I'm going to make the most of it. So all of that stuff fades away, and we're going to go all the way. Thank you for asking the question. Yeah. Never a dull moment indeed. That's kind of funny, to be honest. But stuff's really cheap over here as well. Like I got this wisdom tooth pulled out on Sunday. I walked into a dentist, went to KFC, got a KFC, walked into the dentist, a big fancy building, like private dentist clinic. And I was just like pointed at my tooth, and then I had like the translator app, and I was like extraction wisdom tooth. And she was like, oh. And I went upstairs, signed my name, phone number, this, that, and the other. And they told me how much it was. It's like €54, which is like $65. It's like, okay. They was like, okay, come with me. Scanned, x-ray. Okay, sit there. We're waiting there for 30 seconds. Okay, come in here. On the chair. Needle in the mouth. Local anesthetic. Pry. Crack. Tooth cracked. Ripped out. 3 minutes. Okay, you can go. Like €55. If you were back in Ireland, like, you'd be paying hundreds of quid for that. So that's really, really nice. And I got my own private fiber line here because the internet was really, really bad and VPNs are shit. So I got my own private fiber line and it's dirt cheap. And it's 100 megabytes a second download in China. And probably about 20% of that, 15 to 20% of that when I go outside of the Chinese network. So it's super fast and super cheap. So I'm set up. I'm set up. Everything's good on this thing. Time. Oh wow, raid is in 1 hour. I guess we're just gonna roll through until raid, guys. I think I'm gonna update. I'll update the stream title and stuff like that. We'll just roll on through, but I want to get these nameplates sorted. See, these are technically enemies. I don't like that. I recently got off the nicotine too, so I wish you the best with that. Thank you, brother, and well done. Congrats. I have no doubt in my mind that I'll get off them. I've quit smoking properly, and when I say properly, I mean for like 3 to 4 months at a time, which is enough, more than enough to get off them physically, chemically. But what always got me back on them was going out having a drink and then being at a house party, going back somewhere, and someone would offer me like a joint, and I'd be like, I'll just have a little bit, but it has nicotine in it. And then the next day, that's fired up my brain again, and I'm like, and the next time I go drinking, I won't smoke something, but I'll be wanting to have a cigarette, and that's gotten me back on them every time. But there's no drink here. Well, I don't drink here. And I don't smoke here. So those things are gone. And I'm here for 6 months. And then I'll go to a different school in 6 months for another 6 months. The school that guy left, Master GRUUL, he set up his own school now. And he has some disciples who are going there, but they're still here in the interim process. And one of them invited me to his school. So I'm going to go down there in 6 months and do 6 months there. So we'll do a full year round, and we won't be drinking or smoking anything, and we'll be off the bags and super fit. So thank you for the support. Appreciate it. And well done again for getting off them. It feels great, doesn't it? You know, that first week, I don't know about you, but the first week when you're getting off them, as long as the cravings are managed by whatever way you've gotten off them, as soon as your lungs start cleaning out, your blood starts cleaning out, you wake up in the morning, you're way like zestier, fresher, more vibrant. You just got this, and it lasts for like a week or 2 weeks where you're just so happy with yourself. And you just feel like super pumped all the time. Like you just did a really good gym session and you're fired up on like dopamine. It's such a nice feeling. So yeah, I hope you're having lots of that at the minute. I'm really looking forward to that. I smoked for 18 years, 1 pack a day, and I quit 21 years ago. Ben the lad, the man with the plan. The man with the plan and the fell iron bars. Ben the lad, you're a legend. I was telling everybody about your scheme. Great scheme. Can't wait to scheme some of that, eh? Oh no, I don't have to save bandwidth. I've got the fiber line and it's unlimited download, upload. I can do whatever I want on this. I had an eSIM and I was using that to stream and I was getting a reasonable ping off that. It wasn't great. It was like 300, but it was manageable. And then I was streaming off it as well. And it said unlimited, but they always have a fair usage policy. And normally the fair usage policy is like a fair bit. Anyway, I finished the stream and then the next day I went to stream again. I told everyone on the stream, this is it, we're up and running. I got an unlimited package, I'm back. And I was so overjoyed that I could stream again and I'd set my system up and everything was good. The next day I went to stream and my internet was like dial-up speed. So I contacted the company and they're like, oh yeah, there's a fair usage policy. It's 40 gigabytes and you used it all up. So I paid $100 for unlimited for 1 month. And I used up 30 gigabytes in 1 day. And I was like, okay, well, that's not sustainable. I'm not paying $100 every day to stream. So then I did a bit of research and found out that China Unicom, the best way to just, like, it's truly unlimited. So yeah, we can do whatever we want. I'm just going to roll straight through, brother. It's 1:40 in 20 minutes. People will start logging on and raid invites will start going out around that time, which is good. I'm going to probably bang a pot noodle into me and do my double checking. I'm always like, before a raid, I'm always like, not stressed, but just like a little bit anxious because I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I want to have everything all my ducks in a row, all the things I need in my bags, all that kind of stuff. And like just prepped and ready to go. And then I feel like, okay, cool. This is fine. We're good. But if I'm late, now I've never been late to stream. I was once, but that's because there was an update on Windows and it reset. It turned my clock backwards by half an hour for some reason. And then I was half an hour late to raid. But sometimes I'd log on like 10 minutes before the raid. And then I'm doing all this stuff. I'll be getting whispers from people in my guild asking me something or some other thing or asking if they can borrow a flask or something like that. And that really stresses me out because I really need those 5 to 10 minutes to just make sure I've got everything there and settle my mind to start pumping. And when people, like 5 seconds before a pull, somebody opens up a trade window and then whispers me, can you give me 10 instant poison? And in my mind, I'm like, fuck off, dude. We're 5 seconds away from the pull. I need to focus on my opener. So I really like just being prepared. But yeah, we've got more than enough of everything. I get the same way. Yesterday the guild was goofing off in disc during the fight and I was doing my best to concentrate and not miss a beat. Yeah. I'm like that as well. I want to get locked in and I want to do my best. And if anybody distracts me when I'm like in that zone, I get very frustrated with them. We've even got a living action potion just in case we get the what is it? Tidal wave? Margrim Tidewalker. He puts you into the water globe, right? We got it twice in a row in the last 2 raids. And we were on exposed armor duty, so hopefully I'll get good RNG this time around. And we've got all the enchanting materials and the inscription. So if we do get the shoulder, we can inscribe it straight away and wear it, and we can gem it. And if we get the chest, we can exceptional stats and put 3 gems into it. And if we get the belt of 100 deaths, we can put 2 gems into it. So we can just instantly equip it and make it best and keep pumping. But I really need to remember the sharpening stone. I forgot it the last 2 weeks in a row for Void Reaver and for High King Mulgar. Because I think on High King Mulgar it's better to have this on. Because it's so short. It's this or instant poison. But I don't think poison on Blade Flurry, I don't think poison works with Blade Flurry. But this will enhance your crit and your damage, and that will be scaled with Blade Flurry, so... And the fight's over basically when Blade Flurry ends anyway. So I think that's best. I have a hunch it's best. Wow, Enchanter in our guild got a 250 gold tip for Soul Frost. That's insane. I didn't think you could make that much money from enchanting, but I was schooled. I was schooled about it. You can make a lot of money, but the only problem is you have to stand around. Yeah, with macros and auto invite weak auras and all that kind of stuff, and I just need to be doing stuff. I need to be clicking buttons and moving. Otherwise I'll go climbing up the walls. Let's get some repairing done actually. Oh, we need to do our SRs as well. Okay, SRs. Has anyone used Softres since they updated it? It's a shit show. Last week it was a disaster. Hopefully they'll fix the bugs, but it just kept crashing. Couldn't SR anything for like 10 or 15 minutes. Got a guild warning about it. Do your SRs at least an hour before raid. Dragon Spine Trophy is SR'd. Let's do that. Yeah, it's still it's better than it was, but it's still pretty bad. Okay, SRs are done. But my laptop is melting a little bit. So we're actually gonna their laptop actually. Jesus Christ. That's why it wasn't plugged in. but not a single disconnect today, which is really, really good. I'm using this software called V2RAN. It's basically like a commercial IPCL routing software where you rent commercial routing lines that goes underneath the Great Firewall. But it's got loads of different servers and nodes you can choose from, and a bunch of settings that it's all in Chinese. Like, so I have to take screenshots of it, put it into Google AI, tell it to tell me what it means, and then ask it to help me find the most stable connection. So I've been fiddling with it for the last 2 days, and I finally got it to a position where it seems like it's stable. So that's really, really good news. And I got my ping down to 139 from China to EU servers using another software that boosts my signal and tunnels it and splits the traffic. So that's really good as well. So that's all good stuff. Let me see. What next? We'll start live logging on Archon, I suppose. Oh, we got the group invite for our raid. Beautiful. Exactly at 2 o'clock. That's organization for you guys. That is organization. These guys are so good. They run such a tight ship. There's no drama. They run 3 world tours a week, Monday, Thursday, Friday. The raid leading is excellent. The guild management is excellent. The leadership are like cool, calm, and collected. It's the best guild I've ever been in. Yeah, we're good to go. Mate, you ever been off an orange or pink parse by just a few DPS? I wish it would round up sometimes. Oh, brother. So, probably the most annoying, it's been haunting me since phase 1, was my Karazhan. Now, I got it up to orange. I'll show you 1 second. My Karazhan parses were at 94.8 for like 2 phases at purple. And the guild didn't want to go back in after phase 1. And if they did go back in, it was with alts, so you couldn't parse. And I couldn't find a group who wanted to parse, who wanted to take a row. And it was, and even before SSC came out, like I had good GRUUL Maggie logs. But I really, I was just haunted by that Karazhan parse, and finally I got it up in, I don't know how I got a 99 on Nightbane. It was such a shit fight. I have no idea. Like 418, really, really long fight. I didn't even like I was missing some like really important, like I didn't have haze potions, I think. Like that, like it was mental. I have no idea how that turned into a 99. It was like the kind of fight where you think, oh, this is gonna be like, I'll be lucky if this is a purple parse. And then I checked the logs and it was a 99. I don't know. Maybe there was a ghost in the machine or something, but anyway, I got a couple more and I got it up to 96. That was the one. And we don't do Magtheridon anymore because nobody in the guild needs it. So we stop adding him to the world tour just to save time, which makes sense. But he's sitting at 98 and the other two are at 99. So I really want to get him up to 99 as well. But I did manage to get a server. I think I'm 7th or 8th on the server for Mulgar, and that was 2 weeks ago with Blinkstrike. So I didn't even have Talon, but I just got a really, really lucky parse. Everything hit, everything crit. Got loads of procs. Goddamn, we're good when we can get straight into raid on auto run from swimming. Okay. Let's turn that one off. But this guy who is in the raid, Cluck first, he's the GM of SLS, and his logs are insane. I've got 94.8 and he's got 98.4 for SSC here, but he has DST and Bloodseed Brigand's Vest. I don't think he has Belt of 100 Deaths, but I'm not sure. And he's got 100 parse on. He's the best in the world. He's got the highest DPS in the world on Prince Melkazar in Karzhan for phase 2. So we were having a really good chat earlier on, and he's absolutely stacked. And a really, really good player. No, that's just going to confuse them more. SSC first, nice. Yeah, good luck on belt. Thank you, brother. I was 14 DPS away from a 99 parse on Vash. One more hit, one more crit. Yeah. It goes that way sometimes. But save some luck for me. I will, Samwise. I will. Always. The haste potion master. Hey. Let it rip. Thank you for the follow, brother. Here we go. Oh. Leave group if you're in the first raid. Okay. Oh, this is somewhat bad. We're going to get tellied, but whatever. Maybe we can get out on time. But I doubt it. No, definitely not. Am I missing anything last? Oh, isn't that guy a demon? Leothorus the Blind. He's a demon, isn't he? Ah, but we don't want to drop our no, because you need it's him and Solarian that you need to do the parsing strap for. I have 91 parses on both of them. Not because I had bad runs, but because there's a specific strat where you can kill them much faster. So I'm not going to drop my whole flask just to try and get an extra parse and a 91. I was playing exclusively on a MacBook Pro since December 2024. But I bought this absolute beast of a laptop in Bangkok with a 5070 Ti RTX card. More than capable of running WoW on the highest settings. But I hadn't been using it because I was using it for streaming and for video editing because I just liked the MacBook Pro, but I couldn't, my capture card wasn't working and I couldn't stream across and I was getting awful problems with it. I was just like, I'm just going to do everything off this machine. but I'm not used to the keyboard, so my typing is like absolutely retarded on this machine. I'm fat fingering all sorts of dyslexic, demented symbols. But I tell you, like the graphics that you can turn it up, like I'd have to turn them down even on a MacBook Pro 2024. I'd have to turn them down a bit in RAID. But this yoke just like, she's a beast. So it's streaming and playing and YouTube and all that at the same time, and just like humming away, which is really nice. I don't know what I'm going to do with my MacBook now. I literally put the MacBook underneath this one so I could lift this one up off the desk so it would cool better when I'm raiding. So my MacBook Pro M4 is literally just a cooling dock for my Omen 16 now. I think what I'll do is move this over here, make it a little bit bigger. I'm just kind of being somewhat privacy conscious. You know what? Nah, we're not doing that. Everything will be fine. Now how do I get Discord up? I'll figure that out. I need to smoke first. Okay. How do I need to do this quick. I need to get on disk, but somebody on disk doesn't want to be heard on stream. They asked me before, which is fair enough. So I need to create a new channel in OBS. How to create channel for sound in OBS that is exclusively for WoW Classic stream. Open OBS, click the sources. Application audio capture. World of Warcraft. Okay. Okay, now you should not hear music. You should just hear World of Warcraft. Is that correct? In which case, I'll turn off the music. We'll put the WoW music back on for a bit of atmosphere. How's that? Let me know if you can, please. And then you shouldn't hear Discord. Fingers crossed for good loot, my man. Yes, in flames. 100%. Fingers and toes, baby. Fingers and toes. And we did say we were going to eat a pot noodle, but we don't have time for that. So we're going for the Chinese chocolate. This thing is melted. It's like a post-apocalyptic chocolate bar. Jesus Christ, I'm an animal. We can cloak that, which is really nice. Fuck, I never got that before. Mate, that's so unlucky. Triple tomb. Triple. Yeah, super unlucky with that one. Pretty slow kill as well. And no shoulder pads. Nice, managed to get the slice and dice off, that's nice. But it's wasted now. Hey, where are my unit frames? Ah, I turned them off. Got a parry. We can cloak that, which is really nice. 139 MS from China. I fucking love it. We don't want to bomb here actually, because might be on cooldown when we get the boss.
Watch way.
Holy shit, I'm at 2.6k. Let's go. Come on, guys. Pump, 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 pump. Ah. Fuck's sake. Oh, nice. We got that.
Watch way.
One 1.7 bullshit. Yep, we're firing them out. this boss.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Ah, for fuck's sake. $1.9. Not good enough. Man, getting that bubble is was very annoying. Probably lost 50 or 100 DPS there. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. For fuck's sake. I shouldn't like you today. 10 pots might not be enough. Or 10 scrolls. Loot the bow.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attack totem.
Fuck's sake. Ah, there it is. There it is. Look at that. DST. DST, baby. 325 haste. Insane. Alright. Swaps back. Prep. Carathras, yeah. Well, this is the one that we aren't really going to be parsing on anyway because it requires the parsing strat, so don't mind too much that we don't have adrenaline rush.
totem. Attack totem.
Damn, that was my that was my chest, wasn't it? Fuck. Damn. Well, the two pieces of loot that we wanted from like the chest and the shoulder, which we wouldn't ever use both. We'd only ever use one. Those two didn't drop, but they're the minor pieces. We can still get the Belt of 100 deaths, and we can still get the DST. So those are the big tickets. And I have to say, like, I do enjoy that DST is last when we go to GRUUL, because it's always something to look forward to. Like, cope maxing, you couldn't design it better. You've always got that lovely dangling carrot in front of you at the end of the night, even when it's 5 AM and you haven't slept in 2 days. Cloak of Shadows is so good. Any magic AoE, just 5 seconds. Ah, yes. Cozy, comfy. Just like my bed behind me. I think I'm gonna try something different this time. No.
Five, four, three, two. run.
Top DPS not too bad, but 2k 1.818. Maybe we get a, that maybe is a 99, but probably it's more like a 97. Fuck's sake. And it says 1950. So it's a little bit over 1950, but they put it as 2k in details, right? Well, it's a parse. But DST, you would have gotten 99 for sure. For sure. I think Hydras was pretty bad for me, to be honest. 1866. I think I might actually start doing a bit of PvP though, because we do have the ping for it now. In Bangkok it was 250 to 300 ms, but 139 is, it's enough. It's enough. And I did get an offer from Freka, a very good rogue in my guild who's experienced in PvP, whereas I am not, and he said he'll pump with me next phase 2s and help me climb. So let's put our boots on. Show these people what a real fuck's sake, what a real rogue looks like. Smooth, smooth. I laugh in the face. I am east, and Juliet is the sun. Okay, we're going to put another Giedli. Well, the good thing is that even if we don't get the belt, we're still here to pump and parse. So we didn't get a 99, but we improved our parse, so that's nice. We got a 97.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
poke that. Nice, we got our slice and dice off. Oh. No belt. Which mage is faster? Ah. Sorry, my chat was off for a second. I got Talon. Number 4, my man, bro. You legend. You absolute legend. Hey, big GZ on Talon. It's so huge. It's so huge. Ah, it's so nice. It's so, so nice. We managed to improve our parse on one boss, Leothorus the Blind. We got a 97. So we improved it by 1%. I didn't really feel like we had a really good parse on, we had a really good burst on Hydros. Actually, the lurker below was even better. But I just felt like the DPS kind of fell off a bit toward the end of the fight. So it slowed down. Like we one-phased him 2 weeks ago and he dropped below. So so it is what it is. I mean, we're still we're still doing the place and in really good time. We got a parse. We didn't get the shoulder pads of the stranger, and we didn't get Bloodseed Brigand's vest, and we didn't get the belt either. So in TK, there's nothing for us unless we can get Rod of the Sun King. I don't know if anybody reserved that. That would be really nice, but it's an off-spec role for me. We're just in TK to parse now, so hopefully we can get ourselves. I'd really love to get a 99. That would be awesome, but we'll see. Show your biceps, please. He's just fall asleep. How's SSC going? We just finished it. Yeah. 543. I don't have much biceps at the moment, brother. I'm still pretty skinny, but yeah, I'll show them to you when they're in better shape. Give me 6 weeks, and we'll be. You won't even be able to see my face on screen. There'll just be bicep everywhere. You look left, there's big bicep. You look right, it's bicep. That's the pump. That's the pump that's coming on here. All right, quick smoke, and what I've got 5 minutes. Let's go. back. Jesus, 3 minutes. It was a quick smoke. All right, let's have a look at our... Vash was abysmal. We got top DPS on the Thoros. It was a 97. If we had DST, it would have been a 99, but we'll get it soon. Karathras was scuffed because the tank died on the first pull, and we'd all popped our... I'd popped my adrenaline rush, so only had Blade Flurry and Haze Pot up for that one. But we got 2k out of it. Tidewalker could have been better. We got tidal waved and globed into one of the watery things, which was a pain in the arse. And that's as far back as we can go, isn't it? Yeah. Gonna repair here. Because I died, what, 3 times already? Well, we won't be using any of our enchants or any of our gems. There we go.
Five,
47 minutes left on Flask. That's good.
1.
Let's get our food buffs in. Still got 10 sappers, 10 goblins. Plenty. We can throw all these fells out on trash. We got 20 haze pots left. We can smash trash. Smash trash. Now, we have to remember to put on our Sharpened Stone for Void Reaver. Let's have a quick look at the SRs actually and see if anyone SR'd the Rod of the Sun King. We just want that for testing Fan Knives Infinite Energy, basically. We already have Fell Striker, which is piss, but we want it anyway just for testing stuff. Ah, Frogface has it rezzed, so that's a 9. 999. Oh, we did get the gloves, which we can trade in for. $3.2k, we're ahead by 1,000 DPS. But I think I killed somebody. We can blind. Oh, we love the pump. Mate, I missed the Midsummer Festival Firebomb, the one that gives you 20 hit. Not bad. 1.8. We did the same as mages. Beaten by 2K. I think we'll actually go for a rupture here, since we got the 5 points off pretty early. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. I shouldn't have used... Ah, it's okay. It's okay, we'll have it in the boss fight. We're all buffed up, we got everything, yeah. Ooh. Do I smell ashes of Allah in the air? Okay, this is a nice start. I was a bit scuffed. We should have ruptured there. Oh shit, we've only got 6 bullets left. I wonder if that's better to just eviscerate here because I don't know if the rupture lasts between phases or damages him when he's turned into a yolk.
Run away.
$1.4K. How good is that? I don't know. Let's go and follow and check it out. Okay, that's pretty good. I got a 1,213 and that was a 97. That's a 99. It's not locked in though. So it could turn into a 98. But nice one. Ooh, 1.9. Savage. Holy shit, 3.3K, what the hell? I'm gonna actually just put the thing on now so I don't forget about it. These guys die pretty quick, so it's not gonna make too much difference. DPS on trash. It's probably better actually for trash, to be honest. don't know how I dodged that, but I'll take it. I think we can Blade Flurry and Haze Pot here, and that's probably the last pack we can do it on. We use our sprint. We don't need sprint at all in this boss. There's no, it's just stand still and pump. Oh, nice. We managed to get that 3-point eviscerate off and just creep to the top of the trash DPS. Love that. Love it. Shit, I used a haze potion. I fat fingered haze potion. Bollocks. Well, it'll probably be back by the time we pull the boss. I think Cloak of Shadows is probably the best defensive CD for raid for rogues. Yeah, 35 seconds for haste, we'll be alright. Perfect.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Okay, that was a pretty clean start. 2.2k. Wow, Glock's up on 2.3. DST. DST. Oh, we're getting really lucky with these ruthlessness procs. Keeping our slice and dice active, which is really nice. "17 seconds. I think we'll get another Blade Flurry and high spot out. Hey, we got a Ruthlessness proc every time except for one. That's so nice. There's haste. There's this. Sweet. Ooh, Warp String Coil. I mean, it's gonna get disenchanted. It's getting disenchanted. Gluck's got it. I got it. A 1.9. Let's have a look at that. Okay, we got a 96, so we did improve our parse. That's nice. You get cleave, and we get warp spring coil. It procs off sap as well. I think I can off-spec roll that. Nice. We're gonna have, I think we've got 4 pieces now for a PvP set. There it is. Helm. Yeah, I've got helm, gloves, and shoulders. PvP next next go around. All right, we're gonna learn some PvP, boys. I forgot about the mind controls. I'm killing people. I deleted someone on the first poll. Nice one, nobody died. So this is the first time that we've ever not been on a kicking assignment for any of the ads for this boss. So we just get to focus on full pump, which is nice. Shit, we fat fingered. Oh shit, we fat fingered Haste again. I don't know what's going on.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One 1.7, 1.8. I don't think that's gonna beat anything I've done before. Nah, I got 1.885, which is still only a 91, so this boss has a specific one phase strat that we haven't done. But that's okay. Seven minutes left on Relentless Assault. That's value for money. If I may ask, how do you get the damage numbers where you want them? Right here. This add-on, it's called Mix Scrolling Battle Text, and you can configure the areas and the size of the text and the font and the behavior, if it scrolls up or down, what it shows, and it's nice. it's already fairly busy in the middle of the screen, you know, when you're trying to find your target in the middle of a pack and there's a load of stuff going on. So I like to kind of have it off to the side. And I just set it that it doesn't show every hit. It just shows crits. Which kind of keeps it cleaner. Hey man, what loot do you need other than DST from today's raids? I needed Belt of 100 Deaths. And I needed either Bloodsea Brigand's Vest or Shoulder Pads of the Stranger. Either one of those would be the same DPS upgrade for me. So we didn't see any of those, but that's alright. We got some nice parses. We got a 99 parse on LR. And what else? Oh yeah, DST of course, right. But you said, but other than DST. So we're pretty close to this. DST, Belt of 100 Deaths on either one of those two. Oh, let's blind them. And is it only crit showing there? Exactly, only crit showing there, but I have it set that way, otherwise it's too busy. And you only want to see the crits really, right? Impossible to parse this late. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Parsing is just a case of your gear compared to all the other rogues' gear, your execution of your rotation compared to the other rogues, and your kill times, which is basically the gear and execution of everyone else in the raid as well. Like, I'll show you, one sec. So we got a 97 on Lithoris, we got a 99 on LR, and we got a 96 on Void Reaver. So you can still parse. There we go. It's another reason why I love Blink Strike over the other BIS Phase 1 weapons, and they're all within 1% DPS of each other. Hope Ender from the World Boss, Kazakh, Spike Blade from Kara, Blink Strike, and Dragon Maw. And of those 4 weapons, the one that you can parse the highest with in this phase is still Blink, because if you get insanely lucky and get a god tier proc on a boss, you can still parse really highly with that weapon. So I love the RNG element to it. But we have Talon now, so what's your strategy for phase 3 shadow resist require from other strats as rogue? So my guild has put out the requirements. I'm gonna speak to the raid leads and the co-leads, the leadership in the guild. For me, I want to do the parsing strat, and that's where you get necklace called Pendant of Shadow's End, which you can buy on the auction house. On use, absorbs like 1,000 to 2,000 shadow damage, something like that. You equip that on your neck, and you have rocket boots on your feet, and you have all full DPS set. when you, oh shit, when you, if and when you get teleported by Mother, you have a macro setup that pops your necklace so it absorbs some of that shadow damage initially. It pops your Cloak of Shadows, which doesn't remove the debuff, but it does mitigate the incoming damage, and it pops your boots, so you can instantly burst away from the other guys and break the chains. Let's drink. And if you get unlucky enough that you get it happens twice, you can then sprint, 9 vulnerability belt, and shadow protection potion to absorb shadow damage. That way you only have to wear 3 items, the belt, the neck, and the boots, and the rest can be full DPS. But I wouldn't recommend it if your guild doesn't really know what to do, and it might not work for me if we... But I remember that fight was like fairly simple. And we have pretty good players, so I'll be confident we'll be able to do that. And that way you can try to pump a really, really high part on the first phase. Get some nice numbers in. For the first week specifically, if you don't want to do that, then what you can do is take your phase 1 gear, your cure, and take that and your carry gear. Retributor, good. And then resocket all the gems with Void Spheres, which give +4 resist all. Then get any Shadow Res enchants you can, put it on it. And pick up a couple of green Shadow Res items, and you should get to 160 something, 174. I thought, where's his sphere? There it is.
Four, three, two, one.
Oh, I still got 2 bullets left. Nice. Perfect for this fight. That's the last one I'll need.
Four, three, two, one.
Oh my god. If I vanish, can I eat here? No. It's a shame.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think we go haste now. By the time we get back to Sanguinar or Kel'Thas, we'll probably be able to use another one.
Four, three, two, one. Stack high. Stack high. Stack high. Stack high.
$1K, I think we've done better than that. Yeah, we got 1166 before. But we did die and lose our food buff and so on. DST time. Can you feel it? Damn, we got the 4-piece. Wow. And it won't be the last either. Sweet, we got 3 Auspex pieces. So we can, when season 3 lands, we can grab the season 2 gear. We already have the helmet, so now we have, ooh, Band of the Ranger General, I hope. Gluck gets it. 31, 59. Oh, nice. Yeah, love to see it. I think that's all he needed. Oh no, maybe he needs Belt of 100 Deaths as well, but he is absolutely stacked. $64, $76 flesh. Nice flesh, nice flesh. Happy man. Thanks for the tips. My guild is pretty casual and they requested everyone get 175 SR soft cap items, and I was leaning more toward getting rocket boots plus necklace and potions to maintain DPS. Yeah, and the belt. The only problem with the belt is that if you get unlucky, it'll backfire and it increases the damage you take, so it could really... It could really mess up the thing. But you should save the belt if you do that for the second time you get tellied, if you get unlucky enough to get tellied twice. My guild has requested the same thing. Although if you're undead, you can drop that by 10, right? Because we already have our 10 passive shadow res. So what I'll probably do is go for the parsing strat, but also have my Karazhan, my tier 4 stuff, rezzed up and ready to go. So that if it does fail and they're like, look, let's just not do that and just go for the normal strat, I can go sure and just equip that set. The best of both worlds. The beauty of being a rogue in TBC is that we never have to worry about money, so we can just buy everything we need. Go out, farm for a couple of hours in SV, and you've got farm for like 4 hours, and you've got like 1,500 gold. If you get unlucky, 1,200. If you get lucky, 1,700. Our best GRUUL hiking Mulgar DPS is 3,920, which is actually rank 8 on the server. So it'll be pretty hard to beat that because you need to be really lucky. Hey, thanks, Nara. Pretty sure if you jump when you proc your bomb or throw your bomb, it increases the range. So you hit more targets and do more DPS. I'm like 95% sure it works. Focus up, this is the big one. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Holy shit. Wow, that was so nice. $4.4K. Holy shit. That was insane. 4.4K. 4K, okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna parse. I'll probably parse 99 again, but I don't know. Because it's a week later, right? People have better loot. Although this late in the phase. Yeah, that was a new best 3961 and another 99. So we'll love that. Oh, we gotta try and vanish the ground slam now. My ping changed from 300, then when I was in Vietnam, it was like 250, 200. Now I'm over here, it's 149. And it changes because you have to have different timing when you vanish on his cast time for slam. So it's a bow leg.
5, 4,
That wasn't meant to happen.
watch your feet.
Let's get ready to vanish.
Watch your feet.
Ah,
Spread. 4. Watch your feet. 3, 2, 1. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
no DST. Bullshit. 1.6k. Jesus, that's like 400 DPS less. Sometimes only in raid when there's a lot of camera movement and there's also a lot going on in the picture, it gets a bit crumbly, if you know what I mean. Yes, when it's cam, it's perfect. How many DST have you seen so far? I think we've seen 3 or 4. So not many.
The eternal sun guides us.
Yeah, I could probably lower down. probably lower down the quality a bit in raid, or lower down the what you would call them, the particle density, the spell effects basically. But thank you for letting me know. I'll try and tweak. Yeah, thanks, yeah. See you next time. I never know what to do with myself after the raid. I'm like, oh, busy. It doesn't need to bother me personally, but I figured I'd give you a heads up. No, yeah, thank you. It's good to know. It's good to know because I can tweak the graphic settings to keep it smooth. It's important to have it smooth. Nameplates. All right, let's have a quick look. Yeah, 3.961. That was really nice. Oh, we'll check the logs. Oh, I can upload my own logs. An error is a good load. Oh shit. Ah, well, the guild logs anyway. I just do it for my own. Okay, so we beat our last one by 40 DPS. I want to know what Shraktar got, which is the guild lead. 4.4k. That's insane. $97, happy with that. Really happy with the LR. I think that's my only 99 on LR. Yeah. Talon, baby. It's such a game changer. Void Reaver's okay. Let me see. This is Gluck. This is the guy, the other rogue that was in there. He's got 100% Prince. Rank 1 in the world in phase 2. Pretty nice. Rank 67 in the world on Karazhan. And his SSC and TK, he's at 98.5. 399s. He's got a bad bash parse, but everything else, but that's RNG. So I'm just creeping up behind him now. Which is good. Let's have a look at the logs. I want to see the GRUUL one first, to be honest. Yeah, we had a really, really bad GRUUL. And I'm not sure why. But Mujaro and Gluck on top. Hiking Logger. 499s. Yeah, he absolutely melted. Rank 41, rank 72. Oh no, this is the rank we have at the moment. Oh no, it's not. I'm 46 on GRUUL. So this is okay. So we didn't improve our rank. 89 for Gluck. Mujari rank 41. Okay, nice. Tractor 91. Okay. Yeah, that was the nuts. That was a nuts purse. SSC and TK. Nice one. Lady Vash was horrible. Absolutely horrible. That just tanked her. And Astromancer was bad as well because we don't do the parsing strats or whatever. Yeah, pretty happy with that. And we've got 4 set now for PvP. When that comes online, we can get straight away. We can get a PvP set, which is really, really nice. And what else? That's pretty much it, I think. That's all she wrote. It's 5 a.m. I'm definitely not getting up for breakfast tomorrow at 7:30. I'm gonna sleep through until noon, I reckon. But that was fun. That was fun. No loot, but some nice parses. Alright, gang. I have been streaming for 9 hours. But we got to start off with a bang when we've been away for 2 months. Big pump though, yeah, big pump. Mantis Lab, what's the parsing strat for Solarian? Somebody mentioned it earlier on. I don't actually know because I haven't done it before. But somebody said you pull with a hunter, something. Yeah, it's up there somewhere. Christ. All right, beautiful people. Thank you so much for joining. I will be back online tomorrow night for more shenanigans. Oh, you know what I'm going to do actually before we go? I'm going to respec like I said I would. Oh, what am I doing? August 28th. We're at the 6th of August, so 3 weeks. Holy shit. We've got 3 weeks till phase 3, guys. Three weeks. Until we're in Black Temple. Fishing for glaives. Okay, we're going that one, that one, that one. Huh? Let's get to Blade Fury first, and then we'll figure out what we can mess around with. We got 29. We got 1 point left. Honestly, I think I'd rather have this prep. That one definitely 6 points left. We need 5 there. Yeah, that's it. We have to get that one. Extra speed, cheap blinds and saps, so you can open up really quickly on mobs after you sap them. You don't have to wait for your energy to tick back up. Ghostly strike. It slaps and extra dodge, so you just open with that one after you cheap shot into slice and dice, and then ghostly strike and less riposte pops. This one gives us extra combo point half the time on a cheap shot, so if we get that, sometimes we don't even bother slice and dice, and if we blade flurry, we'll just go into 2 more combo points and then a 5 point eviscerate. 5 point eviscerate with blade flurry up to hit both targets. This one is amazing because you pop evasion on every pull with the chests, and every time you dodge, you get, if you dodge twice, you basically get a free talent point. And of course, you're also using blade flurry on every pull, so your combo points are just stacking up, and you get to 5 point eviscerates pretty quickly. And if you get lucky, you can get 2 5 point eviscerates off, but you never in mana tombs, they're dead before you can even get your first one off sometimes. But it's still nice. You can just get to 3 combo points early and eviscerate and so on. Prep, obviously, this one's amazing. Special abilities, basically, that's Hemo, that's eviscerate, anything that does damage. It does 20% more damage when they get to 35 health. So once they go down quick. And then 10% increased attack power. Over here, dodge rating, obviously, and that helps with setup. Hit, we don't really need, but we want the extra weapon damage anyway, so might as well get it. Deflection and riposte, it's amazing. It's so good. It's one of the best, if not the best, damage for resource abilities in the game, or value for resource abilities in the game. It's 150 attack. It absolutely slaps. If you look at Ghostly Strike slaps. It hits more harder than Hemo. It does 125% weapon damage. With Blink, it's still good with Blink, but with Talon, it's insane, because look at the top end damage on that. This is 10 energy, hits for 150% weapon damage, and it disarms the target for 6 seconds, so it's defensive as well. It's such an amazing ability. You can't macro it anymore. In Classic, you could just macro it to your Eviscerate, so that to your Sinister Strike or your Hemo, so that whenever it did proc, when you just spam your Sinister Strike, and if you didn't have enough resource for a Sinister Strike, enough energy, it would auto cast Riposte. But it's on its own global cooldown now, so you have to put it on the bar, but it's still worth it. And you can hear when it procs, because whenever you parry, you get that ding, parry sword sound. So then as soon as you hear that, you just hit Riposte. It's so good. And with Blade Flurry up, the Riposte hits both targets. So it's very, very good. Offhand weapon damage for obvious reasons. Sword specializations also for obvious reasons. Blade Flurry. Endurance just because we need it to get the Adrenaline Rush. And it's 45 seconds less cooldown. So we'll take it. Expertise and Adrenaline Rush. That's Harp, or that's my Harp version. You can take them out of here. You can go into Elusiveness if you want Blind and Vanish cooldowns. You could, I mean, if you wanted to be open them with Ambush, you could, I suppose. Yeah, you could take these out because you don't really need to hit against Mana Tombs mobs because they're at much lower level. And you could put it into Slice and Dice, but again, we're so bursty. The value here, I don't think you can get better value than here, to be honest. So that's Harp. Let's I We don't use Shiv. We want Ghostly Strike. There it is. And we want Blade Flurry we have. Adrenaline Rush we have. Haste Pots we're not going to be using. Oh, we need arrows as well. What else do we need? We need Riposte. Yeah, I don't think we macroed Riposte because you never really need to target something. It's not an opener. It's just when you're already fighting something. So we never use Rupture. Let's do it like that. Let's keep it as close to the... Let's keep it as close to combat swords as we can so that when we spec back into combat swords for raids, we don't have to mess around too much. What am I looking for? Adamantite shells. I see the grind is going great now that I'm fully here. Whole day of work. Now I can relax. Nice. I'm just about to go to bed myself. It's been a long stream, but it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, okay, so we've respec'd fully into Hemo for Mana Tombs, which is going to be really, really nice. It's so much fun to play in Mana Tombs, and then we have our subtlety spec here for SV, and we are gonna pump the grind. Okay, now I really am going to bed. The sun is coming up over here, and I'm gonna burst into flames. If I open the window and the sunlight hits me, I'll burst into flames with a hiss. So I'm gonna hit the road. You absolute legends! Thank you for streaming in. 29 people have been here for God knows how long. You're legends. Much appreciated.